no volume on, James.
James, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, viewers, to the Matchfit Events Road America 450. I'm not sure whether there was a bit of a glitch in the matrix. Maybe no one heard James there, or maybe they did, but nonetheless, you have tuned in to the official coverage of the Matchfit Events Road America 450, ladies and gentlemen, proudly sponsored by GAMAFLARE, of course, always on board with Matchfit Events broadcast live to Channel 83 Sky. And welcome to the Sky viewers, welcome back. I think a load of you has joined us, obviously, for our last event, also proudly supported by Supercars NZ. As always, great partners with Matchfit Entertainment and Matchfit Events. I think on board again for some live stewarding here this afternoon. And we've got to thank the good people at SIMBLACKS as well for supporting everything Matchfit Events. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, like I just mentioned, we are at Road America here for the Matchfit Events Road America 450. I am Davo. Welcome everyone. J-Man by my side as always. How are you doing, my friend?
Yeah, good afternoon, Davo. Good morning, good evening, wherever you might be tuning in here today for this fantastic event. Looking forward to this one. Yeah, sorry about James there. It's a bit of a technical issue, but hey, just to touch a little bit on what James was saying, he was basically introducing the race drivers and the track for today's proceedings. Obviously, we're looking at a good format here today. Obviously, the cars out there at the moment, just getting some practice down. Still got a fair bit of time for you and I to, I guess, digress and work through the details. But as David said, welcome aboard everybody here to this fixture today. Road America 450 is going to see us tackle a good 450 odd kilometres around this racetrack, and that racetrack is 6.44 kilometres or 4 miles for the American money. Look, it's going to be a fantastic scenario playing out. Some big names signed up, Davo. Some big prizes on it. Some prestigious accolades. We saw how successful Winton was, and then followed on by the Phillip Island race as well. You know, these things are a big one to tick off, and getting plenty of support, as you mentioned. GAMAFLARE always on board here with Matchfit Events and Matchfit Entertainment, obviously ready to pick up the coverage, mate. So looking forward to this one.
Absolutely, J-Man. And look, this is going to be a cracker here today. Lots on offer, as always, in Matchfit Events, especially when our good sponsors at GAMAFLARE are on board, and obviously Moza and SIMBLACKS and the like. massive prize pool for the boys here. Just like for 2.5 hours work, they go in, chance to win a part of a $2,000 prize pool. We always dish out some very fancy silverware to the top 3, and as well as maybe just a bit of sneaky free merch for the lucky few that may be chosen. Get it. I think the top 3 definitely get it. I think they throw out a couple of sneaky hats here and there. But plenty to play for, plenty going on here. Look, this is pre-race practice, ladies and gentlemen. So we're just warming you up, really, here for what's to come, J-Man.
Yeah, absolutely. A good opportunity for ourselves to basically get a little bit of a vet on the drivers out there at the moment in the early times, as these guys, I'm sure, have put in some practice. Some maybe not so much, time constrained. Obviously, we're missing a few drivers today, obviously in conjunction with the supercars round at Ruapuna today. See some big names off the list here today. However, there are some massive names on there, and it'll give us an idea on what to look at. You and I to maybe rove around and have a bit of a chat about what strategy, because what that looks like on paper, 450 Ks here is likely to see the better part of around 72 laps, based on somewhere around a 205, which we're seeing up there now. We do know that in peak trim, maybe some drivers heading into the 4s, potentially even the 3s, Davo. So pretty high pace circuit, and a relatively big lap. I think it lends itself to the format that's going to be run today. And, we'll get to cover off a little bit around the rules. Obviously, this one is a standing start formation. I could see some stuff out there actually out on track that I see you got a visual on as well. Maybe some guys out there practicing running line astern. And look, we know that a peak run here already, we do know, is around 30 to 31 laps, 72 lap race. You do the math, these guys are going to transit the pit lane a couple of times. There could be guys look for a 3-slot strategy, but I would think that 2 would be the flavour. And it's going to be really interesting to see how these guys unpack the 450 Ks available today, Davo.
Oh, absolutely, J-Man. Were you talking fuel strategies? I mean,
yeah, fuel strategies. Yep.
Yeah, plenty going in the drivers' heads here. Obviously, the cars will be sensitive to fuel. It'll be interesting to see how they go about that, J-Man. And obviously, tyre wear always an issue here. Some sort of very heavily, like the carousel in particular, very heavy on the left-hand side of the car there. So it'll be interesting to see how they manage tyre as well. And
yeah,
you go.
Yeah, it will be interesting. 110 litres available to the tank of fuel, roughly 3 to 3.5 litre burn per lap at full swing. So you can get your calculators out, or we've got an old abacus here, don't we? It seems to work reasonably well from time to time. So what that means is, potentially for a couple of decent runs deep into somewhere around that 60 mark, and then a short run home. So that's going to be critically accurate for the drivers when they do make those stops, or maybe they look to split it a little bit earlier. What we do know is that you do lose around about a minute through the pit lane here.
Yep.
It is a relatively long transit, and we do have some numbers around what it takes to put a tyre on versus fuel. So we'll look at that maybe closer to when the guys are looking at doing that. But qualifying will be pretty important here today around getting a good start. And this track here, I've been analysing the circuit for a little bit now, and just looking to see, in turn 5 is a big one, Davo, as they drop down the hill. It's a massive braking zone, which that in itself is going to create a lot of brake rotor temperature, a lot of front tyre temperature. So expect the fronts to be well used here throughout the stints here today. And then obviously the next one to talk about is the kink. So turn 11, when the tyre's good, that is going to seem like a walk in the park. But once those fronts go away, that is going to be a high risk zone of the racetrack, going through there at incredible speeds. And then thinking about braking for turn 12 down at Canada Corner, and I think that is definitely going to be another hot spot for passing there as drivers really push the envelope with guys in front of them and behind them to try and defend or attack down at that part of the racetrack. One that doesn't come up on the radar a lot in the track walks and the detail is turn 8. So
is it 7 or 8 there, J-Man? It's the one at the bottom of just at the bottom of the hill there.
It's turn 8 before the carousel. So that is one in particular for me as a former driver that used to be an easy one to get wrong, and there's a little bit of opportunity to be made there today. So looking forward to seeing how that plays out. But once again, we are already in the 204s. So that is Stefan McCartan laying down good lap early into this practice session now. 204.5 to go 4.5 tenths, or just under 4.5 tenths quicker than Freeman, who did the early lifting there with a 205.0.
The field, well, the server is populating very quickly, J-Man, and we're expecting actually a healthy field here tonight. We've had over 40 registrations on the lead up to this quarterly event here from Matchfit Events. Always, and look, continuing to get even more interest from one event to the next. But look, we're expecting easily 35 plus on the track. At least we've had a couple of withdrawals already early this morning, and to be honest, a couple of new entries very early this morning as well. So guys, very interested to get amongst this, even at such a late stage. So, you know, friends talk to friends, you know, the word gets around, you know, they go, Matchfit Events has got something going on this weekend on a Sunday, and yeah, these boys continue to turn up right until the 11th hour. I think I sent an invite out literally 4 minutes before we went live on the broadcast there, Jan. So, talk about leaving it late to the party, but look, we love everyone's support and input, obviously, and look, more the merrier, isn't it, my friend?
Yeah, 100%, and you know, I think it does go to show that these events are starting to build some momentum now. Looking through the field, I think there's a lot to play for, and obviously
there is.
The prize pool, just one part of it. We know how much the racers like to you know, basically tick off the accolades through their sim racing careers, and
sure do.
And I tell you what, the times are starting to fall. Looking through the mid pack, there's plenty of movement there already. So a little bit of support out there too as well. Paint schemes wise, we're going to touch a little bit more on the teams. You can see out there's obviously a lot of support here, obviously from Supercars NZ and also KSR as well. And then Matchfit Entertainment combined with GAMAFLARE as well, and Supercars NZ got some skins out there as well, so some good looking paint work. So good to see Rehan.
The KSR boys too, Jamie. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. I was 100%.
Yep. So
lots of support there. Just scrolling through some very familiar names to us out there, Davo. Just see Thomas McCall out there at the moment, P17 in the 834 car. A bit of Moza sponsorship on that one there, and
who's that one, Jay? We'll see if we can get some.
Thomas McCall.
Okay, let's get up Mr. McCall. Yes, no stranger to us, obviously. I think we call him in the Supercars NZ Div 1 V8 Supercar stuff, I think, J-Man?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. A couple of seasons there with Thomas. Yep.
So nice work. Excuse me if I'm a little bit intermittent with my responses there, J-Man. Just working with a little bit of stuff going on in the background here. We're just fine-tuning things, ladies and gentlemen. We're making sure the hamsters are fed. You know, we want to keep the wheels rolling for the next few hours to obviously keep all you viewers, you know, buckle to your seats and entertained for the next couple of hours. Boys out in pre-race practice as we speak in the Road America 450 here. Porsche 992. They call it the 992.2 because it's had a little bit of an update just recently, and a very popular car in the Australian and New Zealand sim racing landscape at the moment. A lot of communities getting amongst this, and we've seen a lot of short series run over the past couple of months since this car came out. So awesome stuff. But yes, plenty going on in the background to keep this coming to you guys uninterrupted. And look, the practice session, pre-race practice, it does look like a bit of a race sometimes as these guys fine-tune their skills out on track. We had plenty of practice sessions throughout the week for the boys, but this might be their first time actually getting amongst it with some other drivers on track.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. And just having a look as well, Dave. I'm just trying to see at the moment, just get a read. Weather looks good. So relative is around about, it's got about a 26 kilometre westerly, I think, but 19 degrees I think was the flavour, and I pretty much saw that throughout the practice servers. So looks to be status quo with the weather, very much what the guys have had to deal with throughout the week in preparation. So looks good out there, gives the guys a very good opportunity to just go about the racing as opposed to worrying too much about the weather. And like I mentioned, a couple guys already in the 04s already. Reese Wakefield joining Stefan up there, so good to see. I shall just
Yes.
do a little audio check through the Sky division as well. So like I said, welcome aboard to the Face TV
Yes,
Sky 83 viewers.
absolutely.
I'll actually just run away to my other screen and just make sure everything's working there, and I'll leave you in the capable hands of Davo for a couple of minutes.
Excellent. It'll give me a chance actually just to run through once again obviously the prize pool that these boys are playing for here. Some high stakes here for just a couple of hours out of their Sunday afternoon. They go basically, depending on their skill levels, go into the draw for a $2,000 prize pool, some very snazzy silverware, and a little bit of free merch thrown in. There's a couple of other things we probably need to mention. Is this one here, and this will flash up throughout the broadcast this afternoon, or today, should I say. The Get a Sim giveaway, ladies and gentlemen. It just says it all there. You too could win this kit here. Anybody that actually tunes in to our Matchfit Entertainment streams, that's the only way you can actually win this, is if you get onto one of our live streams and get your phone out and scan that QR code and sign up to win, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Get a Sim competition, again proudly sponsored and by GAMAFLARE. Obviously Matchfit Entertainment. There's a few people on board there. You can see them all there. All the usual suspects, Moza and SIMBLACKS and the like. Obviously Supercars NZ spruiking it over on their live streams as well. So we'll leave that up there for a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Viewers, Sky TV, like I think last time we did a viewer giveaway where you had to jump over here to our YouTube channel and actually a shout out in our chat box, which you can still do, mind you. Feel free to get over to our live stream and if you subscribed last time, and shout us out in the chat box. But look, if you grab your phone out and just quickly scan that QR code there, free to sign up. So there is some terms and conditions that will be drawn, I think, in June. at the end of the current Supercars NZ series. But yeah, get your phone out, scan that QR code, and you too could get a sim, win a sim, and you too could be racing Porsche Cups, or you could be in the next Matchfit event later this year. You know, so get amongst it, guys. Get onto that. What else we got? We can spruik a couple of other things. This one here, this is new. This only came across my desk this morning, ladies and gentlemen. So this is exciting stuff. Oh, mate, look at that. GAMAFLARE again on board with the Supercars NZ boys. Matchfit will no doubt be called on to broadcast this stuff, but looks like they are going to crank up an awesome Porsche Cup series. Like I said, the Porsche Cup, the new Porsche Cup, the 992, getting a lot of attention lately. If you want to sign up for that, look, sign up for the sim, right? When you win that, then you can, you know, sign up for this. And
Great optimism.
Get amongst that. Look, QR code there as well. So get your phone back out, ladies and gentlemen. Zoom in on that one and sign up to Supercars NZ. Tipping their toes in something else. They do a lot of stuff. Well, you know, GT3s and obviously the Gen 3 Supercars series, which they're famous for. But yeah, just having a little bit of a nibble at the Porsche Cup stuff as well. So good on them, ladies and gentlemen. Awesome stuff. And while we're there, look, let's just spruik Matchfit Entertainment. That's us. That's Davo and J-Man. And look, remember to hit the like and subscribe. As you can see there, just a little bit of splash screen there. We streaming from multiple communities across the week, 4 times a week. Ugh. And here we are on a Sunday for 4 hours live on Sky TV. But yeah, look, get over there. Support obviously us and all of our backers by, you know, hitting the like button. Ladies and gentlemen, it's as simple as that. Just a quick thumbs up. If you like what you're watching, obviously subscribe and hit your notifications so you don't miss out on any one of those 4 streams a week, ladies and gentlemen. So get amongst it.
Speaking of which, Davo, if you want to just jump on the Warren Baker car, how good is that for an advertising for a rolling banner?
Warren Baker, let us find Mr. Baker's car. Look, we have got quite a list here. I am actually struggling to find it. Where is he?
Down the bottom, mate. Down the bottom.
There it is, down the bottom. Oh, look, there it is. Oh, it's a Matchfit car. Well, I'll be. There you go. Look at that.
Yeah,
look at that. And the number 13 on it. That, you know, I think that when you put number 13 and Wally Baker's name together, that's chaos, but that is a very pretty looking car, J-Man. Nice work. Look, you will see quite a few Matchfit and GAMAFLARE and Supercars NZ sponsored cars throughout the day. So, yeah, loads of guys supporting us and what we're doing at the moment. J-Man, what do you got eyes on? What are those times looking like?
The impressive Scholesy just joined the party up there. He just banked at 204.750 to go provisional P2 in this practice session. So guys starting to really find their feet now with the times, and you know, likely to be a few race runs in this scenario here, and then maybe towards the back end, obviously approaching that 10 minutes to go, we might see a few more cars fire into quali trim and just see what they can do. But very much looks to be a few cars on the long run at the moment. Still plenty of pit lane action out there.
Plenty of pit lane action, J-Man, I suspect. Look, and we talked about strategies, stops, and the like. There potentially may only be one stop, but look, what can go wrong in a pit stop, J-Man? There's plenty of things that can go.
Definitely not one stop. I don't think you'd be able to do it on one stop, but definitely two or three. But I think 2 is going to be the fastest way home here.
Yep. So look, they really do need to get in and do a bit of practice with these things, and no surprise to see a few boys in and out of the pit lane in practice here, because this is the time to get it done, J-Man, because it's only 10 minutes left in pre-race practice here before the boys go into qualifying. That is not the time to be taking your pit stops and all the race, either, mind you, ladies and gentlemen. So, yeah.
So plenty of good cameras here today, I see, Davo. The camera
Yes.
guy's busy at work, and some great shots, good angles here. Obviously, right around the circuit, so lots of action going to come this way throughout the broadcast. So looking forward to seeing some of those, and no doubt there'll be some replays get flicked to throughout the day, and for better or worse, hopefully their power pass is not accurate, but look, it's a pretty sizable field now. Looking towards, obviously, if I take out the live broadcasting, we haven't talked much about there, but we do have a fantastic live stewarding team on board for all of our event, obviously and supplied by Supercars NZ and GAMAFLARE as well, and they're helping that process get along. So race control will be there. The drivers will be briefed shortly, I'm sure, and hopefully they have a relatively quiet day by their standards. It'd be nice.
Well, we got all the boys on board at Phillip Island, and they just didn't do anything for the first hour. It was so quiet, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Very clean start from the whole field. And look, we got notable comments from the stewarding box, just going, "What's going on? This is rare." But like, the boys were quick but very orderly at the start for the first half an hour. We did actually see some action about the half an hour mark, actually. Pretty much just one of those Phillip Island things there, but look, very clean, and we expect similar sort of start to the race here at Road America. Fairly forgiving T1 and 2. T1 and 3, should I say, which I was corrected with this morning. There is a little kink down the hill there. And then the fairly healthy run for the boys to sort themselves out before they get down to 5. So, be interesting to see nonetheless, but the more cars, J-Man, the more chance of chaos. So I'll just leave that open. We'll just leave that right there.
Yeah, absolutely. You talked a little bit earlier about some of the times that you saw during the week, and I think you did say maybe you saw a 3 in there, Davo?
We did actually see a 3.7. Would you like to know who cut that 3.7?
I reckon I've got an idea, but let us know. Who was that man, and is he out on track right now?
Well, he is out on track, and we will get cameras on him right now, but yes, in pre-race practice, I did witness this young man here who actually came second. We were just talking about the Phillip Island event that we had in February, but second position at Phillip Island, Jensen Bade, J-Man. Very professional at what he does. Now is actually in the Supercars NZ Division 1 Supercar Series as well. Back again here for the Road America 450. Massive supporter of Matchfit events and Matchfit entertainment. Man, the only car that I have seen with an 03 at all, and it was an 037, mind you, so he was definitely in to the threes. So watch that space, ladies and gentlemen. That man is quick in a Porsche. But not taking away from any of these other boys, because as you can see there, only a handful of guys in the fours. Reese Wakefield in one of the GAMAFLARE cars there, as you can see, the 144 car, sitting at the top spot with an 0450 Stefan McCutton and Nico Scalzi, J-Man. Another, apparently, not a name that I'm familiar with, but I did get a little bit of a brief on Nico. Apparently no slouch himself. So watch that space there too. He's currently sitting at an 047, as you can see there on the board there, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, so I think Scalzi, you and I maybe picked up on one of the weekly night rounds recently.
We might have, yes.
Yeah, and very handy operator, and such as some of the young guys coming through the sim racing ranks at the moment. Obviously,
absolutely.
a few of them out there now got real life drives, and this is a part of, I guess, their program of keeping the reactions and everything sorted, and maybe track knowledge. So good to see, and they're certainly well groomed when we get them in the box with the sponsors of the like, because obviously a lot of sponsorship now for drivers and the like out there. So good to see as race control is currently just giving the brief. So just really, I guess, reading the not the riot act, but the rules of what proceedings are in the background today.
Yeah, obviously these guys are getting very close to qualifying, J-Man. So no surprise. Driver brief getting addressed as we speak. Just preparing. You know, there's a little bit of, well, I wouldn't say fine print, but there's some finer details there that the stewarding team will definitely go over with the boys. Just a little bit of etiquette stuff, and just reminding everybody. I mean, all this stuff is written in black and white, but sometimes it takes, you know, just a calm voice, just to remind everybody, just to keep it chilled, right? Show some respect on track. But look, we have got a stellar field, and I don't think respect on track is going to be an issue. Well, a stacked field, I would like to actually say, J-Man, with some very speedy contenders throughout that, particularly that top 10. So, yes, interesting stuff. We are obviously trying to attract the best of the best in Australia and New Zealand when it comes to these events here at Matchfit events, and I think we are doing that. It is growing momentum, even with today. And look, no surprise to some of the viewers and ladies and gentlemen there that this actually coincides with a V8 Supercar race in real life at the moment on the South Island of New Zealand. So, given all that, we're doing well to attract the talent that we have here this afternoon, J-Man. And look, it's in spades at the moment, isn't it? Like there's a whole bunch of very quick guys out there at the moment.
Yeah, we mentioned about what it'll look like at the back end with the drivers maybe just stepping out of rhythm now in the final moments of this session, and maybe just tuning the cars up ready for this qualifying. And we can already see Dylan Shepherd go to the top on a 4.459 versus Wakefield, who just bettered his time to a 4.471. Also McCartan 2.045 still stands up there in the top three. Scalzi on a 4.750. Jensen Bay, I think he is on a heater at the moment as well, so it'll be interesting to see what this looks like. But I think he just tuned the car up into quali trim, and he goes through for a 9.4, so not his best lap, maybe the back end of what was maybe a race run. So critical components here today for this one before we go qualifying, obviously more relevant to the races. It is a standing start, Dave, as we mentioned.
Yes.
The qualifying is a 15-minute session, around about, I think, 10 penalty points before a penalty. I think one fast repair is enabled for the iRacing today. Obviously, slowdown going to be a factor here. You know, you don't want to get one of those maybe coming out of effectively turn 14 and be off the gas when everyone's on the throttle for what is a very big front straight. So a lot of things going to play out in this one, but this one coming up shortly to you in the next sort of 30 seconds to a minute will be the qualifying session. And this is when I guess you and I really earn our keep, Davo. And once again, if you've just tuned in with Sky 83 Face TV. Welcome aboard, and also on the YouTube's live as well today. Don't forget, on the YouTube, you can jump in the chat box. If there's somebody here that you're supporting or following or got an interest in, chuck us a shout out in the chat box, and we'll certainly try to reply and keep you up with the action throughout the day.
Yes, and talking about that, we've already got a shout out. Someone calling out Mr. McCall, Thomas McCall. So yeah, nice work. Thanks, ladies and gentlemen. As it looks like we have a bit of a change in sessions here, ladies and gentlemen, and this will now flick over to qualifying, and this will happen pretty quickly as we now see the boys starting to roll out. Let's get some eyes back on track here, actually.
So, interesting, 43, Dylan Shepherd and Jensen Bade, by my calculation, a couple of the first cars out there.
They are, and I think that might be...
Rehan Leonard, a familiar name to us, and carrying some support there. Also for GAMAFLARE and Supercars NZ, obviously, they're regular drivers and a very quick driver at that too, on a great race program at the moment.
Yep.
So those are the first three to get out there. Obviously, looking at it, still pit exit is very busy with another flurry of cars just heading out now. Only one car I can see has remained in there at the moment, and is that Thomas Freeman still in the lane? So maybe opting for a little bit of, oh no, there is more. Thomas Freeman still sitting in the box. So it'll be all about what these front guys can go out and obviously maximise this 15-minute session here. They may need every bit of time available. Andrew?
They may do. They may do, Jamie.
Fire up OPR. Not sure what that is in the chat box, however.
OPR. I'm not sure who's in the OPR team. Oh, here we go. Here's one of them, Dylan Shepherd.
Okay, there you go.
He's an OPR, GAMAFLARE SIMRACING guy there. So I think there might be a couple of OPR boys in there. Is that correct, Andrew? Or was it just Dylan? Remember to thank you for popping up in the chat box. Hit us up with a message. Go and support your driver, and hit the like button and support Matchfit events and in the process. Thank you very much. So here we go. Now the boys are onto it. Stefan in OPR as well, and
Marathon Motorsports, Gerald Eccleston as well.
So nice work. The boys are still warming tyres. I see here J-Man in their first flying lap. So no rush.
No, but it gets a little tricky if someone decides that they're good to go with maybe slightly lower pressure and they want to go, because I guess, a little bit tricky with qualifying. I didn't quite pick up on the rule there, but maybe an allocated, if the driver gives them the wave by. However, passing during qualifying, not normally something that's promoted, so we'll just watch that space. But interesting to see a good push on the field, just really not ready to lay one down, and be interesting to see how sensitive this tyre is in the qualifying as to whether they get a couple of good nibbles out of it. Obviously 15-minute session with a just over a 2-minute lap. You're going to have to think about that very, very carefully. As we see Brock McNee's been off track already, so you don't want to do too much of that in what is a short qualifying session. Dirty up those tyres or potentially grab a bit of damage. G'day, Laz. Good to have you tuning in. The young fellow goes well today. I'm sure he will.
Absolutely. Like you said, J-Man, none of the boys, the pace is starting to pick up now towards the back end of the lap here. Now, tyre warming over. Like you mentioned, there was a big train of cars, and you can see it here on screen now there, ladies and gentlemen. There's quite a few, actually. Someone, I think, maybe spun around in the background there, a little bit of tyre smoke. Back a shot there, but everybody was very orderly. Two laps they circulated for before they were happy to get the throttle down. I think that's Bay now out in front. So
Yeah. So that was interesting that Dylan Shepherd obviously gave him a bit of a wave through there, and
Yep.
he's gone out. He's the first car that's going to really attack this out of this front group. However, McCartan on his preliminary there with a 5.5 goes to the top over Bay, Wakefield, Antoon, Sebastian Bade and Firth, Rian. So those are obviously all provisionals. They've got a lot more to come. You
Yep.
expect a lot more time out of somebody like Rihan on a 7.1. So
No,
that
for
was
sure, for
literally just a cycle lap to get the brakes, the tyres, and himself fully in the zone here for what will be a very important qualifying lap. And look for some big ones here, as my totem is just literally a Christmas tree of magenta and green at the moment as
Well-
the sectors start lighting up.
no surprise, really. We will just keep the timing board here just quickly on their best laps. And then we will just double check the gaps between those drivers. I'm sure you guys are okay with your math, and you can probably work it out for yourselves. But we do have those resources at hand to keep everything, all that information and data, as much as we can deliver to you guys in the background here. The first indicative flying lap is happening right now, ladies and gentlemen. These guys are already over a third of the way through their qualifying session. So no mucking around. These guys are literally only going to get a very small handful of laps.
Yeah, and I feel like a little bit of a gain here behind Jensen Bade. And that will be... Who's the car directly tucked in behind him there? I think it was the 43 car. Was it? Yeah, although good exit onto the front straight. Here we go. 4.5 for Dylan Shepherd over Jensen Bade, and that was what I just witnessed. He did definitely make a couple little gains there.
It was Shepherd, yeah, that was tucked in behind. You're right, Jay. McCartan, winner of the Phillip Island 500 here at Matchfit events on our last outing, sneaking up into third provision. Xavier Simmons in fourth. Nico Scalzi, Reese Wakefield, Sebastian Bade, brother, I suspect, of Jensen. Yes. They're snuck into seventh place provisionally. And then we've got Fastlane Esports. Okay, and Thomas Freeman. Thomas Freeman, a very late entry. To be honest, I think he's one of the guys that signed up in the last hour before the race. So, plenty going on right down to the wire. So, nice to see Freeman out on track, though, again, in one of the GAMAFLARE cars. And a stunning-looking car it is. G'day, George. Thanks for tuning in, my friend. Grab yourself a beer and kick back. Yeah. This is going to be epic.
Previous race winner in recent times and one of the Matchfit broadcasts was George Goddard.
Oh, yes.
Beautiful performance earlier in the week. So congrats to you, my friend. Enjoy the stream. Yeah, we think so, George. We think this one is going to stack up. I think we do. I think it equated to, by the time the lights went out for this qualifying session, if we subtract race control and the totem, I think we do have around 31 drivers out there on the field.
Very nice.
So a lot to play for at the moment. Dylan Shepherd by just under 2.5 tenths over Jensen Bade. Half a second away is Stefan McCartan.
Yeah, and Bade had a snagging run. So, man, I suspect. Was there an improvement there? I don't think there was. Wakefield.
4-0.
And Rian.
Shepherd improves as well. Rian improves as well. So 4-0 plays a 4-2, plays a 4-4.
Well.
It's going to get busy in the last minute because these guys all got around for another lap. So that sees McCartan fall down to P5, 7.25 tenths off of the top spot at the moment, but big time there for Reese Wakefield. What has the fast runner from during the week got? What has Jensen Bade got? You talked about a 3.7 on the cards for that car in full flight.
Well, in practice, that's what we saw throughout the week. So it's we know. Look, if nothing else, we know it's doable. Weather conditions might have fluctuated slightly since that particular lap, but time will tell, J-Man.
Yes, absolutely.
Fast lane. Currently holding down 7th position. Stunning looking car there. The 179.
I think McCartan's coming on a lap.
Now, I did have a little text exchange with Stuart this morning. I said, just watch out. I said, Jensen's looking quick. He goes, well, I'm not. So, I beg to differ. As he's, very sideways there, Jamie.
Super sideways at Canada corner.
Woo! So awesome. Full commitment, J-Man. We love full send. Full send.
Very committed. Yeah, thank you, Ken. Wheels Inc. Good to have Ken Worcester tuning in.
G'day, Wheels. Legend in the game. And a massive supporter of everything Matchfit Entertainment. Thanks for tuning in, mate. Like we were just saying to Georgie, grab yourself a beer, guys. Well, everybody tuned in. Grab yourself a cup of tea, glass of wine, a beer, whatever suits you on this Sunday afternoon, and just chill out. Glass of water, maybe. I don't know. Kombucha. And chill out. We have got we got less than 5 minutes, 3.5 minutes, J-Man, of qualifying before we go green on the Road America 450 here. J-Man, who have you got eyes on here? Come on.
At the moment, I am tuned very much into Dylan Shepherd there. He's tucked up in behind the 144 car.
That's Wakefield. Yep.
Wakefield. So that's 1 and 2.
Team cars.
Yep. Playing at it. We saw some good stuff going on in the practice session looking at these guys. I think they've turned up really serious here today. We saw them working in unison there, maybe on a bit of a fuel strategy with potential draft options here to make fuel. That will play in towards what will be, like I said, a critical, I think, two-stopper in this one.
Yep.
Don't count out somebody looking at breaking this thing down a little bit, but I wouldn't think you want to do 3 based on the numbers I've been looking at, based on, I think it's around about a minute transit time to do a pit stop here. So, you know, with 2 minutes something lap, you're going to go down a long way if you have to trundle down there. However, don't forget there is the option here of a safety car. We do have a live steward team that has the ability to drive the safety car, so no in-game AI, it is manned, so that could be a real factor.
Absolutely.
We've seen it in both the races so far. Obviously, that is a factor. We do not have any idea what that looks like. It is completely up to your steward team as to the incident or maybe debris over the road. We know that's what happened in the Phillip Island 500,
yes.
So just factor that one. However, at the moment, it is all about Reese Wakefield up there on a 4-0 and a 4-2 for Shepherd. And is that 3 team cars running in order there? It is.
It is.
So come to play. Yeah, definitely Wheels. Maybe next one. We know that Matchfit will be back doing this again.
Yeah, so the 144 car, the 3 car of Dylan Shepherd, and the 51 car of Stephen McCartan, all rocking the GAMAFLARE sponsorship there. And what a formidable team, J-Man. I mean, seriously, look, with all 3 of them in the top 5, no mucking around. Rian actually carrying GAMAFLARE colours as well, of course.
Yeah, right in the mix.
Well. So, plenty of support for GAMAFLARE, the major sponsor here today. And so, I suppose the wolf in amongst that pack of sheep, want of a better say, is Jetson Bade, J-Man, in the 66 car.
And looks good. Owns the first 2 sectors out there at the moment. So obviously lots of micro sectors. I think there is around about 6 sectors to the lap. Obviously a relatively big lap at 6.44 kilometres. As we see the checkers come out.
There it is.
Now, and McCartan goes to...
Oh, sorry, and Bade
goes to P2.
Yeah.
So
with an 05.
Really...
1/100th of a second, should I say, between Bade and Wakefield. J-Man. Wow.
Yeah, so just looking now, Shepherd slowing, so that's all he's got. However, it looks very much, as we see the times rolling in, we've still got a few cars out there.
Yeah, that is amazing, ladies and gentlemen. Very close stuff. It's there you can see it just there on the totem there. 0.012. Jensen Bade.
Super close.
That is very, very close. It doesn't get much closer than that. Stephen McCartan in third. So yeah, Reece Wakefield, Jensen Bade, Stephen McCartan, Dylan Shepherd, Rian Leonard. I hope I pronounced that right. Xavier Simmons, fast lane. In 7th, Zachary Hanlon in 8th.
Yeah, late lap there for Hanlon. Just came on with the improve there with a 5-1.
Very nice, very nice. Thomas Freeman, late entry to the event this morning in 9th, and Heath Mannering rounding out the top 10 J-Man. But there's so many more there. Do you want to count a few more out there while we're...
Yeah, sorry, Davo, where'd you get to?
Top 10.
Okay, so we do have Nico Cordia and Toon Bade by the way of Sebastian, Roger Forbett, Nico Scalzi for 15th, and then Pete Dawson, friend of ours there, 16th, Brady Stanley, Jonathan Turner, Jared Eccleston, and Louis Robinson round out the 20, followed by Brock McNee, Warren Baker, Chris Zalewski, Blake Greenhall, Kyle Burke, and Thomas McCall, Kyle Davis, Miles Hughes, Jesse Simpson, Stefan Adams. I think that is about where we sign off, actually. Jesse Simpson, somewhere around there. Stefan Adams. And then, obviously, we got our race control team after the fact, and we do appreciate all the effort that they put in. And I think they were relatively quiet through that session. I think I only heard it tune up maybe once or twice there, and that could have been just maybe a little bit of early nerves, maybe. But yeah, looking forward to this one. As we see, the qualifying session was action-packed right the way through. Like I mentioned, Zachary Hanlon with a late lap there to see himself go P8, and he was a little bit further back from that, so he'll be pretty stoked that he ran that last lap. Once again, welcome aboard to our Sky 83 Face TV viewers, and also all you. We can see you all there on YouTube. Plenty of support here for this one. Get amongst it, support your drivers or the teams that you're following, and we will do our level best to cover the action over the next years. It's probably, I don't know, an hour 50 or something, is it, Davo?
Something like that, yes, absolutely. As there'll be a very short supported by SCNZ, obviously. Work from those guys, great relationship as always, and supported by SIMBLACKS as always. Mr. Stefan over there, always on board with everything. Well, Matchfit, and yeah, Awesome stuff. Looks like we're populating a grid, J-Man. We need to get some cameras going on here. What is going on?
Yep. Yeah, 100%, mate. Race timer is certainly clicking. The grid looks pretty stacked at the moment, and apologies on that little bit of a error there. It is scheduled for 150 minutes, I think, somewhere around there. I think should be the race. Looking at it, we'll get some live data up for you. And I guess based on the pace of this field, Davo, we'll know how many laps they're going to tick off. What we know is they've got to do 450 odd kilometres. So
Yes.
in it for the long game. Anything can happen.
Oh yes, you are correct. And look at this field, J-Man. Standing start here today. Big grid, huge grid. J-Man, 30 odd cars on track, and we are about to go green as this winds down here. This is the Matchfit events. Great America 450 when we are green, like the man says.
Xavier Simmons with a poor start, and it gave quite a few guys an opportunity, I think, all the way up to Nico Cordia. Got around him there, so he sees him drop down the grid.
So some side-by-side action, J-Man back through the field. That is Antoon mixed up. Look at that battle going on in front of him with Nico Cordia, Heath Mannering, Simmons and Bade. Oh, Bade with a little tag on the back. There. And the fight continues down through the field. Sorry, J-Man. Brock McInerney, Blake Greenhall, side-by-side down the straight as they head towards 5. Changes the position up the pointy end. Who was that just going?
That's Dylan Shepherd through on Jensen Bade. So, and a good jump from Reece Wakefield as well. Plenty of side by side down there through turn 5. We talk about that being one of the hot spots, and certainly is going to be on lap 1.
Good clean start. Good clean start, J-Man. Everybody pointing in the right direction. That's what we like to see. Warren Baker up into 21. He's up a position. You can see it there on the totem, guys. We've got that little bit of detail in the totem there, so you can see the gains and the losses of the boys there in this opening lap. Reece Wakefield out the front. Shepherd over Bade, like J-Man just called. Shepherd actually up 2 positions, J-Man, so nice start for him.
Yeah, absolutely, and we just saw, I think that was Stanley just a little bit off track, and this early in the piece is going to lose a ton of positions by doing so, and I think that could have been down at the carousel or somewhere down that way. So look, early days, but a great jump from Reece Wakefield, and obviously Dylan Shepherd going with now after clearing past Jensen Bade early there in the lap. And we'll see the team cars go to work now. We saw this effectively in a practice session. These guys going to work. Bade obviously in there as well with Rehan pressing pretty hard already and sitting right up underneath the wing. Look for a move here from Rehan.
It doesn't get much closer than that, ladies and gentlemen. Rehan out off the throttle there, J-Man. Have we got fuel conservation going on already? Is it the time? Maybe Rehan just looking for maybe a better moment to attack there.
Yeah, good battle further back too. Heath Mannering, Phil Antoon carrying a little bit of front splitter damage as well, so he's just maybe touched up the back of someone, and I don't think it was Mannering because his car looks relatively straight, so hopefully that doesn't affect. Obviously a high-speed track, very...
Just looking just behind them, J-Man, and that I think that's Scholesy. Dipping down the inside. Can he arrest it? He does. So nice work, Stefan.
Ooh. Yeah, Rehan left out high and dry there too. That cost him. Managed to get in before Fastlane Esports there as well. So Fastlane Esports up in position as well. But looking to be the biggest mover at the moment for me would be Jesse Simpson, up 7 spots from the start of this race in the SIMBLACKS car. So good start for Jesse. So still a lot of feeling out the front there, Davo. The fast five, so to speak.
Still going
it goes
on,
further than that.
It does go further than that. Look, it's pretty much a top 10 and some. Actually, if we just look over the back of Stephen McCartan's car, Rian's SIMBLACKS 79 car, but you can see behind that, so Rian, Stefan and Rian, 4th and 5th respectively, but fast lane, Zachary, Thomas Freeman, Nico Cordia and Sabres Simmons, look all the way back. Very tidy start to this race, so the field stays very packed.
Yeah, first tow request of the afternoon, Chris Zalewski. Unfortunate for him, but he has requested a tow, so that is gone incredibly wrong for him early in the piece. Makes for a pretty long afternoon. And safety car has been called. We have a car stranded on track. So relatively early, I wouldn't have picked that, viewers, or Davo. I would not have picked the safety car to come out on lap 3 of a predicted 72.
So there it is, ladies and gentlemen, the Matchfit safety car. I'm trying to see what happened there. Maybe we can get... J-Man might actually be able to just...
Yeah, I'll go and have a bit of a spin for you if you like.
See if we can find out from...
Right, here we go.
The boys, what's going on there in race control. But what we do know, ladies and gentlemen, that yes, safety car is just now, as you can see it there, just sitting at the end of pit lane, ready to pick up, I would suspect, Reese Wakefield here. And then, now the boys are down at the back end of the circuit here, bottom of the hill, just gone through the kink there, so it's still full race pace here at the moment. And I suspect it will be called for them to arrest that speed. And we can see one car actually just off on the side there in the fence.
Yes, I think that's the car in question.
Oh, do you know who it is?
Chris Zalewski, so down at Canada Corner, I think it was.
Yep. Try and pick up on a replay of this, ladies and gentlemen. And there it is. There's the spin. Doesn't look like a massively heavy spin. Car doesn't look too bad, but clearly in an awkward spot and definitely not moving. So choice was made to tow that car to the pits, as you can see there, as the safety car now picks up the top end of the field.
Yeah, so like I said, didn't predict that one at all.
Did not.
But however, that will bunch the field again of what was already pretty much a big freight train, and
It was, wasn't it?
it'll make Wakefield and Shepherd just reset this one here, and I guess give Bade a carton. And then if we look down through the field, the big movers, I think Zachary Hanlon up 2 spots to P6 from 8. Also Sebastian Bade up 4 spots as well, so good start for him. Jonathan Turner up 4. Like I said, some early movers. Also sees Jesse Simpson up 12 spots now, so watch that car. That is the 10 car. So
yep, definitely. And Blake Greenhall, the J-Man, up 7 as
spots.
well. So yeah,
Yep.
nice work from him as well. Stefan Adams also up a healthy amount of spots. I think it's 8 there. So nice work. So no major drops actually. Maybe Brady Stanley dropping a few there. Eccleston down.
Fast Lane Esports taking opportunity to go to pits here, Davo.
Oh, okay.
By my calculation. So is that the short fill for the run home, and it's going to run to a strategy? So the 179 car, just remember that later on in a couple of hours' time, what that means.
So picking up on that now.
Yeah, he had moved up the field a couple of spots.
There's actually a few.
And was tagged on the back of Rehan, so also...
He's not the only one to come in there, J-Man, just quietly either. So a couple of drivers.
Who else you got numbers on?
Well, who's that? That's the 05 car. That's Eccleston. He's just rolling out now. And I think it's Xavier. He was the one in the fence. Is that correct? No, Xavier was as well. He wasn't in the fence. So Xavier coming out of the pits now as well. So, yeah.
Righto.
Couple of the drivers choosing to roll in early there, J-Man. As you can see, as we look out at the back of the safety car, it has definitely moved away from the field, and lights out, as they say, lights are out on the safety car. There's no lights on it, but lights are out.
Yeah, safety car's in the lane now, so the field has been held by Reece Wakefield. It'll be his opportunity to go when he feels fit to do so, and got the cover of the teammate and Dylan Shepherd right behind, which is nice and handy.
Well, I was going to say teammate Dylan, but like literally they are. It's like he's hooked to the back of Wakefield's car. Then we got Bade, McCartan, Linnaeus, Hanlon, Freeman, Cordia, Bade, and Mannering all behind, and is Green.
Yeah, absolutely. Got a good start. Opted to take it right to the exit of turn 14 there, and just put a little air gap on his teammate. But good jump from Bade. Also to go with him, and a little air gap back to McCartan. Just got to try and get themselves back into the rhythm again. They better dropped a little bit of tyre temperature out here, and we see, who is that? Is that Zachary Hanlon on the back of Rehan? We saw how good he was at the start procedure. Moving up, he's up a couple of spots already, starting to put pressure down. A little air gap back to Thomas Freeman from Zach Hanlon as well. And then Freeman with Cordia, who's up 3 spots as well. Give him something to think about. And you know what they say, Davo, safety cars breed safety cars. Hopefully these boys can keep it all civil the next couple of laps as we see Cordia look for an outside move down there at the bottom of the hill. Turn 5. Doesn't come together, and he's got to be careful. Sebastian Bade, who's up 4 spots now, giving him an opportunity to try and size him up. So very careful about when you look to make a pass.
Yeah, so I think actually Cordia might have actually just snuck past Bade there a little bit earlier, but nonetheless, it is full battle mode at the moment, and that early safety car we just have seen has kept the field, like what was already a very bunched field, very tight together. It's almost like lap 1 again, J-Man.
I'll tell you what, these OPR cars looking good, and a lot of pressure as we just saw Jensen Bay just running a little bit wide through turn 11, the kink.
Oh, and looks vulnerable even on the outside to McCartan. McCartan just has a bit of a slip there, J-Man. Smells the blood. Let's just get out of Rian's car here. We get just off the roof there. We can see both of the boys in front of him, Stefan McCartan and Jensen Bade, going at it. Let's have a look over the rear, actually. And that's Blake Greenhall, actually, in the background, just having a little bit of a mischief. We might just pick up on that. Oh, that's unfortunate. Kept the car off the wall, but it is around, and that will do nothing for his progress. J-Man. So behind Rian, that is Cordia and Freeman. So Freeman's got past Bade as well, J-Man. By the looks of it. As well. So let's get back out of the nose of Rian's car.
Yeah, so Bade just getting passed by Stefan McCartan on the move as well. So back to where he started is Stefan McCartan, back to P3. So now we see those cars flying in formation, Davo.
Yeah, spectacular stuff. The 144 car of Wakefield, the 43 car of Dylan Shepherd, and the 51 car of Stefan McCartan. Flying in formation, GAMAFLARE cars, 1, 2, 3. The 66 car of Jensen Bade, do not count that car out. We've also got the GAMAFLARE sponsored car of Rian Leonard as well, Nico Cordia. No slouch. Keeping it.
Nah, Cordia up 5 spots. He's on the move. He's definitely on the move.
He's keeping them all honest, J-Man. Freeman also carrying a little bit of GAMAFLARE signage on that as well. Jensen Bade's brother, Sebastian Bade, holding out 7th. Nico Scalzi and Phil and Toon J-Man carrying GAMAFLARE and Matchfit colours on that car. Running at the top 10. Nice
down there.
work.
Who was that?
Someone going backwards.
Thomas Nicole. Just trying to pick up on who that was down there.
Stanley around. No, just caught. Oh, no. That car is well damaged. He was stranded on track. Got a bit of a touch up by, who was that? It might have been the 31 car. It was Stefan Adams. He is not looking good. Busted tyre on that thing. That thing will be in the pit lane. Oh no, so Stadley. It's an early crash. Just left that car stranded. J-Man. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Part of the circuit there, so very tricky stuff. As clean as these races start.
Brutal, isn't it? Sorry, I just got a read on that.
Just picking that one up. Oof, yeah, that's it. Oh, dearie, man. Yeah, let's get down to see who is close, who is not. Thomas Freeman, actually, I think to look at. He's right in amongst it.
Yeah, but he's got the fast guy in front of him. Fastest lap of the race at this point, Nico Cordia, 2:05.152.
Oh, nice work from Nico.
So, yeah, just watch that space. Those two there are on the move. That is Cordia and Freeman from P6 and 7. Look for them to try and join up with Rehan and Jensen there and just start moving their way forward because they do look like they've got good race pace at the moment.
They do.
Also, in the recent past, the 05 car, Jared Winston, saw him just move forward there on, I think it was the Cole car.
So Nico, and definitely not a stranger to Matchfit at all. I think winner of what about giveaways? It was like an R3 Moza bundle, I think.
Yeah, it was.
For the in the last event. So nice work from Nico. Isn't it strange how all these guys that are winning really cool stuff at Matchfit events, they're back again, Jamie. No surprise.
Funny that.
Yeah,
funny that. And yeah, hope you're all enjoying the coverage so far, whether you're with us on the YouTube or whether you're with us on Sky 83. We appreciate the support as the fight continues up the front. Reese Wakefield over Shepherd, McCartan, Bade in there as well, Leonard, and that takes the top 5. Cordia starting to join this pack now. He's moved his way forward. 5 positions he's come up in this field. Thomas Freeman up a couple of spots. Scalzi, we talked about him earlier. The qualifying performance, I think, was less than he wanted. He is up 7 spots in the 861 car. So watch that one there.
Yeah,
Sebastian Bade also.
I suspect that Scalzi car, I really do think Nico will be on the back of that pack soon enough. Like you said, probably didn't qualify the way he'd like to. And then a little bit of a gap between him and Sebastian, and I suspect that's the break. You know, like that will be the break. The top 8, very speedy looking pack of cars, and a little bit of a break, and then back to the mid pack, which is at the moment Sebastian Bade, Phil Antoon, Heath Mannering, Roger Forbett. In the looks like he had literally just drove this thing off the showroom floor. Went, let's go racing. Just put a number on the side of it, and why not? Green is nice, you know, like, come on. Jonathan Turner, Pete Dawson, J-Man, out there in the 54 car 14th as well. Very nice, in 14th. I suspect with very little practice, but here, as always, to support everything at Matchfit is PD, and good to see him here. Jesse Simpson in the SIMBLACKS car there. Carries a Japanese flag, actually, on his user profile. So, interesting stuff. In 15th, J-Man, that is half of the field. They're all fairly close together. But, yeah, that top 8, whew, man, that is hot up there.
Yeah, and look, we talked about Cordia's progress and dragging Thomas Freeman with him as well now. And Freeman, first of the cars into the 4s in race trim, so a 204.998, so perilously close to a fight. However, out there the previous lap with a 4.9 backs it up with a 5.3 to very much match the leader's pace. So if I give you an update on the current leader's pace of 5.3, 5.2 for Shepherd, 5.1 for McCartan, 5.1 for Jensen Bade, 5.0 for Rehan. So Rehan looking pretty solid, and he needs to be with the pace at the moment. 5.3 for Cordia, 5.3 for Freeman, and a 5.1 for Scholesies. That is the top 8 all lapping in the 5s at that point. Then we drop into the 206 bracket, and that is Sebastian Bade, Antoon Mannering and co. So very, very tight. You could argue that, that top 8 very, very competitive. And look, and another 60-something laps from now, based on the current trend, any one of those guys could be there. We've still got pit stops to think about it. What we know, we had a safety car in there, so we're likely going to stretch out that pit stop margin. We were expecting them in somewhere around lap 30. I think we could see the portion coming in somewhere around lap 32, lap 33 now, based on they just saved a little bit of fuel there. And that really gives back to the end of the race. We did know that we saw a few cars opt for a pit stop there and get that splash and dash working in live on the spot. That a safety car and then splash and dash in that car at the back end. We know that Blake Greenhall went, Fast Esports went, Brock Mackney also went to the pit lane. Brady Stanley may have gone for damage. Jared Eccleston also through the lane with a 7.2 stop as well. Zalewski, we know that he got a tow, so probably not worth reading too much into that as a strategy more than just damage control. So look towards that at the back end of the race. There are some guys that aren't in this top 8 battle at the moment that I think could definitely play themselves in on a strategy play.
Oh, for sure.
Opting for that pit stop under safety car conditions.
Yes, look, as quick as the pace is at the top, it is very measured drives from all these boys here. Again, I'll call him the black sheep or the wolf in sheep's clothing here. Is definitely Jensen Bade there, tucked in amongst a whole bunch of GAMAFLARE cars. I think Jensen and Nico, definitely 2 drivers not to be ruled out for the top spot in this race. But early days, J-Man, we are only a little over 20 minutes in. And it has been, to say the least, very exciting. We've already had a sneaky little safety car, just quietly. Yeah, good clean start. Apart from, look, I suppose we just got that stranded car out on track there about 10 minutes or so ago. Sort of changed the diet. Well, did it change the dynamic, J-Man? Look, these guys were all this bunch before the safety car. It really did not change much at all, did it?
No, I don't think it did, to be honest. Just trying to go through, have a little bit of a look here. Yeah, so Jared Eccleston in fast lane there, fascinates me. He 16. Yeah, so that interests me about that pit stop and what that actually means going forward to the race. So 7.2 for him and Simpson. Hang on, just trying to have a look here. Okay, so the gap now, we'll get you a read on the gaps at the top. We can see it there visually on track. If we take our cameras there, Reece Wakefield with around about 0.3 of a second over Dylan Shepherd, Stephen McCartan, Jensen Bade, they're all in the mix. Rehan in there, Cordia, Freeman. That is effectively the front group there. Scholesy still trying to get in there, and we've got a very, very decent healthy gap now back to Sebastian Bade and Phil Antoon. So good showing, top 10 already for the GAMAFLARE Matchfit racer of Phil Antoon. Coming on strong with his iRacing program, and we're pretty happy with his progress early in the piece here at P10. Like I said, a little bit of damage on the front of that car. It's got amongst the action pretty early. G'day, Matty Clark. Good to have you tuning in also. So looking out the boot, is that of Jensen Bade, is it, Davo?
Yes, sorry, yes it is. It is. Well, I'm just working on something in the background here, but yeah, definitely J-Man. Jensen, like we just mentioned, as we think, Nico Cordia, definitely 2 ones to watch out for. And I'll just leave the mic with you for a moment, J-Man.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see, the pickup there is on Nico Cordia with that is Thomas Freeman and tow, and these guys both on the move throughout the early phase there. Cordia up 5, Freeman up 2. Last lap round was the fastest lap of the race actually for Cordia, so found a little bit more pace again. 2:04.8. A lot of cars now have had the ability to run the 4s in that front pack. Namely, one of them that hasn't gone there, but does have the lead of the race is Reece Wakefield. 5.1 his best. Obviously, then we go to Shepherd, 4.8, 4.9 for McCartan. 5.0 for Bade, 4.9 for Rehan, 4.8 to be the fastest lap of the race for Cordia, and Freeman going with him with a 4.983. It's very impressive. And then we drop back, like I said, 5.3s and the like further down with Scholesy, Sebastian Bade and Antoon and co. So good battles throughout the pack, but this front 7 very much in touch with the pace of each other, and I feel like Scholesy's just doing the work here in the back of shot there, just pushing hard and just trying to work his way through. We are on lap 12 of a predicted 72. Mentioned that the safety car just threw a little bit of strategy amongst there for the drivers. A couple of guys actually going to pits and opting maybe to try and get that little bit of fuel in the car during that proceeding and look to come back to this pack a little later on. Predictive of around about 30 to 31 laps out of the fuel tank of these cars in optimum conditions. So those guys just bought themselves a couple of laps. Maybe not of track position, but certainly of lesser fuel they're going to have to put in on that second and final stop if it does go to a 2-stopper. Chances of a safety car from here on out still highly likely based on what we saw. Do have a charter car opted for a tow, stranded on track. Particular areas of concern would be down there at 11, the kink in 11A, or even potentially just before that, depending on how they may end up if they have contact with the wall out there. However, the rest of the racetrack relatively open, lots of runoff, but certainly high speed. So looking towards that as the field once again get an update on the intervals. So 3/10 separates the Wakefield Shepherd car now, a couple of tenths back to McCartan, same for Bade. Leonard just under half a second off the back there, just nice little safe air gaps as they settle down at this point of the race. I would think some just under half an hour into this race, well and truly into their rhythm. And I reckon the tyre, based on the numbers, the fact that we're seeing them consistently running, are still in a good position.
So
I think
yes.
it is, sorry mate,
okay.
just looking there, I was just picking up on the Nico Scholesy car that's trying to cut into this gap, and maybe there was a car that's out of sequence in the back there. I'm not sure who it was. It could have been one of the early cars, maybe either Macney or it could have been Macney actually. I'm just trying to get a read on that. There's a car in between Scholesy and Freeman there, so Well, there was, actually no, it was Scholesy and Bade, between Scholesy and Bade. Because Bade still got company with Antoon, so a nice little battle going on for those two there. In 9th and 10, that's Sebastian Bade and Phil Antoon, aka the Maverick.
It is. Work. And actually doing well is Phil. Actually, after, like, he's still very new to the iRacing platform, and yeah, probably not a massive fan of the Porsche, I think, just quietly. But yeah, still out there giving it a crack, J-Man in the Matchfit entertainment car. So awesome work, good to see Phil out there representing once again. Who is that? Matty Clark, you were saying in the chat box there, Matty Clark. 4-hour race. No, it is not a 4-hour race, thankfully, Matt Clark. It's a 72 lap race. I know it says 4 hours on the timer there, but just to I assure you, it is 72 laps. J-Man.
Brock Mackney crashed. Brock Mackney with another incident there. Okay.
So here we go. We're just going to pick up on it now. J-Man on the replay here on the inside there, trying to let the boys go through here. Let's Nick go through there. Okay, gets that done. Let's that top pack go through there. Now that is Scholesy there. That's just snuck past him as well.
That was the car that I thought was in there.
So it's not, it's showing up on the data as a crash, but I think it's just that he's stepped aside and let the boys through. Well done, good spatial awareness there from Mackney. J-Man. Awesome.
Yeah,
where were we
hey, look, one little pickup. Just watching the front guys at the moment. Obviously, they all are trailing each other relatively close, only sort of 2 to 3 tenths between them. Is just to pick up on the last 2 laps. They're all coming out into the front straight and all searching for fresh air. And I suspect that's not anything to do with engine temps. I think that's probably more about trying to cool those front tyres down. We know that with the heavy braking zones and the long loaded corners, in particular turn 9, 10 through the carousel, that these tyres, the front tyres in particular, get a heck of a workout here at Road America throughout the lap. And the heavy braking zones, like I said, don't help with tyre pressures. So opting for a little bit of fresh air, and you know, the different camera angles might make it look like they're trying to set something up, but I think at this point of time, these guys have all settled in to a rhythm, and you know, last lap round of 5.2 for Reece Wakefield's a good pace, and I could quote that down to P4 that they all ran 5.2s. Rehan a 5.4 and Cordia a 5.3, 5.4 for Freeman, Scholesy a 5.2. So good to see Scholesy on the exact same pace as the race leaders, because he's just got that bit of a deficit of 1.5 seconds to try and make up to tagging along, and I'm pretty sure that'll be the plan here for Scholesy, is just to try and make his way forward. He has driven away from the Bade car. There is a lap car in between Scholesy and Bade, as I mentioned, but very much looks as well like Phil Antoon settled into a rhythm here and just tucked on the back of Sebastian Bade, and those two very much got a lot of fresh air back to Roger Forbett and the like.
Smartly so, I suspect too. We just did actually mention Antoon, sort of new to the platform and probably not a big fan of the car. And look, we know Sebastian's relatively quick, so if he can keep pace with him, just to tag onto the back of him, I think it's a smart move, isn't it, J-Man? Just to sort of get in that rhythm and keep in tow, because both of those guys, 9th and 10th respectively, are currently in the field, so definitely worth looking after those positions. We're looking over the rear wing of Dylan Shepherd's car. Literally, you could throw a half decent tarpaulin over the slot. Man, how close are those guys? That is incredible. So that goes back to, is it Freeman? And you were talking about Freeman earlier. I think you called out Nico Cordia, having the fastest lap of the race there at one stage, and then it was Freeman. And now these guys have been sort of trading lap times.
It's back to Cordia again.
It's back to Cordia again. So no surprise.
But as they approach, I think one of the back market cars there that's just going to pave the way. I really feel at the moment Shepherd, Wakefield, McCartan are really dictating the pace to this race, and smartly so. You know, there's a lot of team support out there with the GAMAFLARE cars and just going about their business. And at this early stage, some smart heads out there, Bade, Leonard, Cordia and Freeman, all just willing just to sit there at the moment. This isn't at lap 16 of 72 a time to throw caution to the wind. This is the point of the race where they're literally just going to see what the competition is doing, probably all happy to sit there and play the long game and minimise any mistakes, and just, you know, the front three are going to cover each other for a bit here, and the rest just going to toe the line by the look of it, which is interesting for us because that pace, as I go back down now to Hanlon and I get a read on Hanlon, who we know, was it Hanlon? No, it was Fast Esports. Okay, his last lap round was a 5.3. It's got a little bit more fuel on than these guys. Opted for the stop under safety car. So, you know, I'm going to return to that a few times throughout the broadcast as to what that looks like, because we know that Eccleston, Fast Esports, certainly made those, I think, they're effective strategy calls. I think further back from there, Macney, Stanley and Burke, definitely those are more incidents as opposed to a strategy play. So two cars opted to throw a different strategy in there early, and that is Fast Esports and Jared Eccleston. And Eccleston, I do know from a little bit of coverage that I've seen around, is a pretty handy operator around this format of racing. So
Yep. Another one to mention, and I think I did about, I don't know, 5 or 10 minutes ago, that Scholesy starting to make those gains onto the back of that.
Sorry, mate.
Hey?
Positional swap at the front there. I'm not sure whether that was a mistake or whether that was just a, hey, I need to tuck in behind and save a little bit of fuel. And that was Dylan Shepherd through on Reese Wakefield. So, look, I'm not sure if you can get us a replay on that. I'd like to know what that actually looked like, whether that was a deliberate, hey, I need to create a bit of fuel here, I've been leading for too long, because that could be a factor here.
There's the replay right there, and I can answer your question. That was definitely, I'll just move aside and you can have a crack at this. So clearly the GAMAFLARE team cars here working together as a team.
Yeah, so that's smart. That's smart from the team there. Obviously, Reese doing a lot of heavy lifting early, and probably just burning up a bit more fuel than the two teammates behind him, and has just opted just to tuck in here now and just make that fuel back. Obviously, Stefan McCartan had the luxury of the draft from both those guys for the last 36 minutes.
There's another little move there. Please, Scholesy past Freeman. So this is interesting.
Okay.
Have a look at this one on the replay. So Freeman.
So that is
clearly steps aside for Scholesy. Scholesy had worked his way up there, which I suspected he would. But then I suspected
Freeman
Scholesy
obviously got past him because he was dragging Thomas with him, and Freeman obviously got past him, and then he's got back past him.
I don't understand. But either way, there you go. There's another move at the top. No surprise, Scholesy now in amongst that top 8 with Freeman rounding it out as we speak. Well. It all starts to unfold here. Look at how close these three are. They are literally joy at the bump.
So Scholesy the fastest
3 wide into 1 from the teammates. Like, really?
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of movement now, and we can just see there the 69 car, Cordia, go down through the inside on Rehan. So a little bit of movement. We talked about these guys stepping into the rhythm and the front 3 dictating the pace, but there's a little bit of movement because I think this is the time now where I think Scholesy and Cordia, as we see Scholesy now very intermittently through on Rehan, and now he's through, So these guys that have got there, watch for Thomas Freeman as well, because he came with Nico Scholesy. So look to see what the intent is. Now we're just starting to see that little bit of movement, and this is lap 18 of what I'm predicting. These guys running out there to every bit of 30, maybe 32 laps with that safety car. Who blinks first, Davo? Is there one of these top 8 that look to blink first and maybe get out of sequence and look for some fresh air, you know? Cordia. Now, we've seen Cordia can put the moves on. Does he stay out on track? Does he just keep trying to pick these guys off and run the same strategy as these guys? As Rehan looks to fight back here as they head down to Canada. Corner. Very good down there was Rehan that time round. Put a lot of pressure in the mid corner on the back of Cordia. Those guys are a little bit of air gap. That's what they've got to be careful of. If Cordia got through and has to defend now, that'll let that front 4 just break away a little bit, and he won't be able to use the pace that he's got. Straight away to the inside, or is that getting out of fresh air? No, it's a run from Rehan. Looks to the outside. Can he switch this one back on the way down to 2-3? I reckon he's at half a chance here as Cordia covers straight away. So that sets the tone that he got the pass done. Maybe it was a little error as they run 2 abreast through turn 3. That is just going to cost them time on the front 4, Davo.
Yeah, and you can clearly see it immediately. The gap between
Thomas Freeman.
Yeah, well, Freeman taking on the back. Scholesy there as well. Cordia making a mistake there. He's going to allow both of them pass.
Big hop off the curb's going to allow.
Oh, Scholesy wants a bit of it as well. So
we started after what is probably a half an hour of relatively sedate stuff, Davo, starting to get into the victor positions in the front 7, front 8 actually, because Scholesy wants a part of this. We saw the work that he put in to get to the back of us. Now he's there. A couple of the mistakes there from Nico. Needs to just maybe settle it down. That's what I talked about. When is the earliest part that he could get in and maybe give himself some fresh air with a little bit of a pit stop. It's probably a little early at the moment, heading towards lap 20. Buy themselves a couple of laps under safety car, I might add, though. So maybe they are thinking a little bit about the Eccleston and Turner pit stops. Was it Turner? No, it wasn't. It was Fast Esports. Just try and get a read on Fast Esports and just see how he's tracking, just to give an update there onto what that looks like. I'll pick on Eccleston first, and Eccleston.
So Mannering and Zachary Hanlon, J-Man, are going at it. I think that's Mannering. Yes, it is Mannering in the 911 car. One of the Kiwi SIMRACING cars. There, J-Man, looking stunning as always.
Yeah.
KSR. Also, massive supporters of everything. Matchfit Entertainment, and it is on here, and he's got it done. So nice work from Zachary there. Good move.
Yeah.
Just in the background.
You're not happy about something through the airwaves as well. So a little bit of message gone out the race control there. So something not thing. But Stephen McCartney gets his time at the front now, Davo, as the GAMAFLARE cars just shuffle the order once again. And this will be all, I'm sure, about fuel mileage and strategy. And at some point, if they find themselves up the front towards the back end, I'm sure the gloves will come off and we'll get to see these boys go at it. But right now, it's all about dictating the race pace and managing the fuel. Sorry, I was back to, like I said, Fast Esports. I was going to pick on Fast Lane Esports as to what that looked like. So last lap round, 2:05.5. The leader ran a 2:05.6. So he's very much on the leader's pace at the moment. Trying to get a read on.
So fast lane there, like Jamie was mentioning, Jonathan Turner with PD, Pete Dawson in tow in the PGD car. Jared Eccleston not too far behind. We were just calling all these boys. Warren Baker as well in the heavily sponsored match. Doing a stellar job. Currently running in 18th position, and that is Miles Hughes. I think it is all over the back of Warren Baker there in the 13 car. So these guys locked together in a battle. A couple of little passes going on in the back, and Blake Greenhall over Jesse Simpson here. Just pick up on this one. In the replay, that's actually Sebastian Bade sneaking past there as well. So, a couple of boys might be out of position there, but Sebastian also sneaking through there on the replay, as you can see there, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, okay, so word is no further action between car 861 and 79. That is Nico Scalzi and Rehan Leonardo. However, final warning for leaving racing room for the car 79, Rehan. So, didn't quite get to see what happened there. However, obviously a little bit of a dispute over real estate a little bit earlier on there. And play on is the call. However, just a little cloud hanging over when it gets to battle mode for Rehan. Those guys are separated now with obviously Thomas Freeman being in the mix, and Cordia and Scalzi got a real duel going on, and they've fallen off the back of this, and the pace just fallen away for those boys, just both by way of probably being in the battle at the moment. Are into the very low sixes while the rest of the field's in the mid fives, so maybe just need to work together to try and claw that gap back, because that is now.
Well, that's important, isn't it, J-Man? I mean,
2.6 seconds. Yeah.
You know, like, one position, when the rest of the guys at the front here have got that much of a gap on it, is sort of pointless. If, like you said, these guys have got to work together, don't they? They've got to gain, shorten that gap, get both those cars back up the pointy end.
A couple of notifications. Sorry, Davo, to interrupt you there. Sebastian Bade to the pit lane.
Oh, he's crashed badly. Actually,
well, it said he had, but I've got a read on the car, and the car looks fine. So maybe it's just the way the data's picking up. It's got a little bit of a rear splitter kink in it, but it doesn't look too bad. But he is coming to pit lane, and we'll get a read on the time there.
Yeah, just picking up on the replay there, J-Man. Little exchange between Sebastian and one of the other drivers there. I'm not sure who that was. Actually, it could have been Greenall. Let's just have a quick look at this. No, it's not. Yes, it is. I don't think so. I think Blake actually just came up on this situation. So both of those cars now damaged. So tricky situation. Are they both in the pits? It looks like only Sebastian is supposed to go to the pits there, J-Man. So half dig there for Sebastian.
So, for me, Fast Esports now, just watching his progress throughout this race, as we'll get a read once they cross the control line one more time. But, 207.0 mattering 205.7 for Fast Esports. I'm going to say he's going to be on him very, very quickly if he's not already. There he is. He's looking for a pass as they come through. Turn, I think that was turn 11, yeah it was, heading down a Canada corner, gets the move done, so sees himself move up. Oh, and that was a car around also, I just saw them go past, and who was that? Brock Mackney came back on track, so maybe Mackney having a bit of a long day up there, so unfortunately it doesn't fly here today with a very tough field.
It was Brock's car. I think, J-Man, you are correct. The camera guy's actually just picking up on that now. Unfortunate. Just looked like he almost had that. And it just got away from him. Just that little bit more. So maybe just Porsche things. You know how these things can be.
Yeah. So back to the front. McCartan's still doing the heavy lifting at the moment for the GAMAFLARE team there over Reese Wakefield, Dylan Shepherd, Jensen, Bade, Rehan, Thomas. And that rounds out the front six, broken away, as I mentioned, from Nico and Cordia, that is, and Nico Scholesy, just to complicate it for the comms team.
Yeah.
And
Nico and Nico. Nico and Nico.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, so good solid race.
Fastlane Esports. Watch that one there. I mentioned it earlier. Opted for the safety car strategy. The 179 car. It's finding himself now ranging up on the back of the 151 Roger Forbett car and Zach Hanlon. So good progress, and he's playing to a completely different tune here at the moment.
So who we got in the pits here? Stefan Adams, Jesse Simpson, J-Man.
Yep.
As well as the safety car, which nobody needs to see. Roll across the start-finish line again. How can you miss them? It is literally a train of 6 cars making up that top group of boys.
And a move here coming from Scholesy and Cordia, going side by side down the front straight. Like I said, every time they engage in battle, it just allows those guys to stretch that gap a little bit further.
But look, they are enjoying themselves out here, and you got to give them that.
Yeah, so that is now a gap of, wow, they're 6.6 seconds off the race lead. They are around about 5 seconds off the back.
And side by side again.
Of Freeman, yeah.
And well side by side down into 5 here. So no mucking around from these two boys. The elbows are out. They are way out. They are ready to fight these guys. Look at them go at it.
Yeah, speaking of going at it,
nice
Warren
work.
Baker, Thomas McCall and Louis Robertson having a nice little 3-way here. They can't sort that out. And that is, I think that is for 20th, 21st. It's a good little battle going on there for those boys. Bit of a gap now. McCartan stretches the legs a little bit here. It's the first time I've seen this from the front 3. Just need to see what this lap time is, because previously it was a 4.8 for Dylan Shepherd and a 5.0 for Stefan McCartan, 5.0 for Wakefield and a 4.8. 4.7 now for Thomas Freeman to be the fastest car of the race. So this tyre hanging on nicely, Davo, 24 laps into the race.
Just picking up on a replay that looks like contact between McCall and Baker. J-Man down at 5 there. Baker looked like he had the car arrested, but McCall I think they were both looking for the same bit of track at the same time there. So which doesn't equate sometimes. Well, most times, actually, to be honest, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, so a little bit of an attitude adjustment and maybe wheel alignment adjustment too for the boys there. As we've got to just pop back into this Cordia Scholesy battle, because this is where all the action. Well, look, there's plenty of action going on in front of this, but these guys are just, the top 6, as close as they are just all nose to tail. Very orderly drive from these guys. Nothing really untoward until you get back to Cordia and Scholesy, who are literally having a little bit of a fist fight toing and froing. Phil and Toon now up into 9th at J-Man.
He's doing a nice job at the moment. Obviously, we did lose one away from there, and I think that was Sebastian Bade.
It was Sebastian
for that
Bade.
Pit stop earlier that you picked up on, so took himself out of the fight, opting for a different strategy call here.
Little bit of contact in the final corner there, so Yes. So, a little bit of an attitude adjustment required. J-Man. So, well, it's not plenty going on throughout the rest of the field. A lot of these guys are just in their positions and in a little bit of clean air. So, not getting a hell of a lot of airtime, but we will call these boys out, and we will start from, I think, Phil Antoon, who's below that top 8 that we've been rambling on about for the last half an hour. Phil Antoon currently holding 9th after, like we just mentioned, Sebastian getting tangled up there in the final corner. Zachary Hanlon in 10th now inherits that position, doing a stellar job, just keeping the nose clean and keeping on track and pointing in the right direction. Like J-Man called, Fast Lane Esports basically do the same thing. Just, clean, just keeping it clean. A little bit of a gap between these guys, so there's no pressure. All they're going to do is hit their marks and do fast laps. Forbett tucked in behind in 12th. Mannering also just tucked in there, not too far back in one of the KSR cars. Eccleston in 14th, rolling down into 3 with PD. Pete Dawson in the mobile car, holding down 50th. Nice work. Jonathan Turner rolling into 3 as well. With that is, I think, Xavier Simmons. No, that was an out of position car that was just pretty tucked in behind him, because Xavier Simmons we have on track now, just coming through 1 with Louis Roberts. A couple of out of position cars here. Okay, I will admit. So, but there you go. So not much going on throughout the field, apart from at the top. So let's get back up top, Jamie. Let's have a look. How's it going up here?
Yeah, no, it's status quo at the moment. McCartan doing the heavy lifting at the moment, pulled a little bit of a gap, and it looks to have just stabilised now, half a second back to Dylan Shepherd. Wakefield right in there as well, and then Bade, Leonard, Freeman. And Freeman's still holding that fastest at the race, so it shows that he has got some pace on that car when he decides to lock a lap in. It's definitely got some good one-lap speed on it. For Thomas Freeman, sorry, and then that gap now, I think it is back out to around about 6 odd seconds there. It's actually 7 seconds for Cordia and Scalzi. They've got a little bit of air gap now, so I wonder if they can just work themselves back into it, because you've got to remember, it wasn't that long ago they were trading with Freeman and Leonard up there, so just got engaged in the battle. A little mistake there in the 69 car, and I think at the time it was the 79 car of Rian, and obviously Cordia just coming off a little bit second best on that. But yeah, we love an attitude adjustment. They're all sharing parts out here, same manufacturer. So, but that is the status at the moment, and still very much a measured approach, I think, from the top.
Absolutely.
From the top 6 cars, I think no real panic required. They're in the right spot at the moment. This team at the front looks in super control. However, don't underestimate the pace of Bade, Leonard and Freeman, because all of them have got the ability to drop into the 204 bracket if the tyre's good and they need to. So playing the long game is the front 6. Just looking at the gaps throughout the field, Davo. Obviously Eccleston is another one that I'm really quite fascinated with at the moment. He opted for that safety car pit stop as well. He's circulating quite nicely ahead up the road of Pete Dawson. Put the pass on Pete a few laps ago, and he'll be looking up the road towards Fast Lane Esports. A couple of 3 spots further up is Fast Lane, and he's got a nice program going. Keep leading towards it based on the numbers and the fuel going to be required at the back end. We've had some good free running for the last, good half an hour, coming up to the hour mark. A bit of a recap coming, I think, but I think that option that he's played is certainly going to play back in. He is currently 4 spots down on the starting spot, but opting for that outer sequence strategy. Is now we see Phil Antoon reach for the lane at lap 28 here. So this might have been on the cards for Antoon. We'll see what that timer looks like on the jacks.
Yeah, so Antoon, and you called it early, very early, J-Man, that car has been carrying a little bit of damage to the front of it. Pretty much from the first lap. So clearly it hasn't lost any of its momentum or turn-in. Still seems to be quick and has been running in 9th or 10th for the race so far, and we are coming up to, like you said, the hour mark, and we will do a very short recap in a moment, ladies and gentlemen, as this top 6 continue the march forward. Remembering there is a whole bunch of team drivers here. These guys, Stefan, Dylan, Reese, Rion actually running one of the Supercar NZ cars, but very much involved with GAMAFLARE as well, and Thomas Freeman, of course. So 4 out of the top 6 cars, they're all looking stunning in the GAMAFLARE liveries.
Yeah, so Phil Antoon opting for a pretty big stop there, 51.5 seconds on the jack. Sees him go down a minute 32. Yeah, it was. It did have some front split out. Yep, so obviously a long way to run left in this one. We are not halfway yet in this one. So he looked to tidy that car up and sees himself come out in P19. So loses around 10 spots out there on track. And importantly, I think if we look at his position, so just try and pick up and where it settles down. Phil Antoon is P19 fast lane who opted for the safety car option. Where is he? He's back in the lane. That surprises me. So obviously on a massive alternate strategy here. 29 of 72. Not sure what happened there. Be interesting to know if anyone's tuning in that's supporting team fast lane. Interested to know what sort of strategy he's on, because I was expecting him probably to run with the front runners and come in. Maybe he's just looking to undercut them once again as we approach that 30 lap mark, and we're going to start seeing a bit of movement inside the next sort of 2 to 4 laps from the front runners. These will be the push laps now. What have you picked up on there, Davo?
We're just catching fast lane.
Fast lane, yep.
Sneaking into the pit lane there, J-Man. Car didn't look damaged. I think that was mainly why the boys were just trying to get eyes on that to see whether there was sort of anything untoward, like you mentioned, that might have gone on to induce that pit stop, but it didn't look like it. So that sort of makes us think, like you said, just looking for that undercut with the boys at the top.
Look, it's a big dose of fuel and it's a set of tyres, mate, because he is just dropped out P19 behind Phil Antoon, who just previously made a stop, tidied that car up, fueled it, tired it, new front splitter on it, and he's out there. So yeah, look for that one there to shake out on track in the not too distant future. However, it'll be all about right now. Eyes back on the front, Stefan McCartan over Shepherd, Wakefield, Bade, Leonard, Freeman. When do these guys blink? Who goes first? I see the 66 car for whatever reason. Jedson Bade, maybe that's a bit of a code wave there. The window wiper was certainly going at it. And can't see any rain out there for Bade or anyone else. So
you think that's like some sort of code?
Him. No, I think it'll be him reaching for the buttons just in preparation for what will be a pit stop coming up. So watch the space.
I think he was
Maybe
just
the
just
sixth
waving
car, it
to
was like-
us in the comms box on the way past. I don't know.
Potentially.
Okay,
So here we go.
just picking up on out off the roof, looking forward out of Sebastian Bade's car, and we were just talking about Fastlane. There is now out of the pit lane. He's just actually come out in front of Sebastian. So these guys actually now fighting for position 19th and 20th, respectively. There, J-Man between those two.
Yes, so Antoon obviously getting the better of that, but we've seen Fastlane in the pits twice. Antoon in once, and
Absolutely.
Eccleston in once also.
Okay, and so we might just have a very, very short recap here, J-Man. Before we start to see some pits come through, race starts, ladies and gentlemen, super quick and respectful stuff. Great jump from, I think it wasn't Stefan, who was that? Went straight to the top there, the 144 car.
That was Reece Wakefield. Yep.
Getting a great jump there, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see on your screen right now, but very hectic start to the race, but it's very, very clean start to the race, as well as all the boys keeping all of those Porsches pointing in the right direction through the first few corners there, albeit extremely hectic. Very clean stuff. I think the first car is around.
Might have been McNee. Could have been McNee.
Might have been.
Zalewski, I think, was the safety car.
That's it. I think it was Zalewski here as we just pick up on the replay. Thank you, J-Man, for reminding me. There it is, the Zalewski car. And that, in turn, for some reason, that car getting stranded there, which is, we sort of don't understand why, but that brought out the safety car. That slowed the field somewhat, obviously, as intended. J-Man.
Pace really picked up out there now, Davo. A lot of the field at the front now. All of them. 5-2 for McCartan, 4-9 for Shepherd, 4-8 for Wakefield, 4-8 for Bade, 4-7 for Leonage, 5-0 for Freeman. I reckon these are the last push laps heading towards what we think is the first of the pit stops for the front runners, and we are on lap 32. So I reckon this is it. I reckon it's a push lap before the in lap. It's time to go. We also saw a stop in the recent past, and I think that was from Nico. Hang on, was it Nico?
As we just round up the rest of the recap, J-Man, Brad. So the other notable moment was the Brad Standley. Well, it wasn't even a crash. Yep. It was a loop, and the car just literally getting stranded in the middle of the track, down the back sector there. And look, coming back well damaged there, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen. And we will throw back to J-Man right now. And
yeah, back, sorry, mate. Back to the action.
About.
Getting excited
Okay.
at what I'm seeing here, because it's definitely push laps now at the front of the field. And they can see in the distance, they can see a Fastlane Esports car just further up the road. He's actually made 2 stops to this race, and he's right on the back of Sebastian Babe, but it'll be all about what the front runners do. It's Stefan McCartan's looking to make bank here at the moment as he's checking out. I reckon this is it. I reckon we are very much on the inlet now as we see the pace just really, really step up here for these drivers.
And so we just pick up on the reason why Sebastian Bade is in front of Fastlane is because Fastlane did come out of the pits in front of Sebastian. Took a couple of laps. Sebastian Bade through on Fastlane. So back to the action, J-Man.
Yeah, so at the moment, Antoon, out of the, I guess, strategy A, I think, well, it's not really strategy A because he's certainly gone earlier than the front runners, but he is leading Scholesy and Mannering and Baden Co at the moment. So he played that quite well, that strategy.
So
However,
where did
at the moment,
Scholesy go anyway? He went through the pit lane, obviously.
yes, he did. Pretty sure it was Scholesy. Give me a read on that.
Yes.
Yeah, it was 104 stationary to be 139 outright. So took a big gulp of fuel and a set of tyres by the look of things there. And two was a 51, 132.
Nico Claudia now in the pit lane as well. And so as you did aforemention, that is, we are going to see a flurry of pit stops now.
Zach Hanlon also.
We also see Jesse Simpson, Louis Robertson as well, J-Man. So little flurry of pit stops here, as we suspected, as we are, where are we now? Just nearing the hour and 10-minute mark. So getting very close to halfway in this race. The pace is hot at the top. Nothing has changed there. Stephen McCartan, well, mate, apart from a couple of position changes, Stephen McCartan leading away at present. Dylan Shepherd in second with Wakefield in third. So the guys have just sort of shuffled things around a little bit, but still running nose to tail. 1, 2, 3 team cars. Jensen Bade, the Wolf.
Yeah. I think it's the first time in the last hour, Davo, and viewers, that we've really got to see what these GAMAFLARE cars have got on sheer pace. They have really pressed on, knowing that it's time to pit stop. It's time to get in the lane, retire, refuel, and look at the gap. They've just made this lap alone on Jensen Bade, Rian and Thomas. Those three there battling for the minors at the moment, 4th, 5th and 6th, because the front three have checked out.
So that's Rian.
He is.
That's
It was
Rian
actually
and
Stefan.
Sorry, J-Man.
Yeah, Stefan, Jensen and Rian all peeled to the pit lane. So it leaves Dylan Shepherd and Reese Wakefield out there, and they've just swapped positions as well. So they'll go on for a couple more, well, one more push lap. And just keep it nice and tidy with the team there about who's coming in and who's out. But I tell you what, the pit lane is certainly alive. Xavier Simmons, and also there's too many to keep up with in the lane at the moment. Bade, McCartan, Leonard, Eccleston. Oh no, Leonard.
Yeah, Eccleston's in there as well.
Yep.
McCall in there, Jamie. So Jared just sneaking into the pit lane now. Eccleston. So yes, busy times in the pit lane, as we called, as we suspected at this time of the race, ladies and gentlemen. No surprise as we start to see that shakeout. We do not want to take you away from the action too much again, but we must thank our supporters, SIMBLACKS. We must thank our supporters, Supercars NZ. We must thank all of the viewers that are tuning into us today on Channel 83 and on Sky TV, Press TV. And we must thank GAMAFLARE for once again coming on board with Matchfit Events as a major sponsor. J-Man. Oh, that's about as quick as I can do it. There you go.
Did a nice job. There's this pack here, range up on a car that looks to carrying a bit of damage, actually. Nico Claudia.
Yep.
Yep, and that is... Okay, so Wakefield, Shepherd and Freeman all to the lane in unison there. So look for Stefan McCartan.
Okay. Stefan McCartan.
These guys all just rolling up to the jacks now. That is Wakefield, Shepherd and Freeman all on the blocks as we speak. Looks like Wakefield a little crooked on the jacks there, but has got the safety car to contend with coming from box 1 here, Davo, so a little bit awkward.
Who's that Wakefield? Yeah, and he looks like he's parked a little bit skew-if, like you mentioned there, and quite possibly looking for that speedy exit there. Stefan McCartan, where is Stefan now? Let's just have a sneaky peek. He looks like he's running through the kink down at the bottom of the hill there, and looking speedy as ever. Wakefield still on the jacks.
Yeah, this is really going to upset things because we've got varying times in the pit lane here. I think we've got guys that have opted for the short fill on this one, looking to buy themselves some track position and go for the long fill after the fact. Because we've got Jensen Bade and Rehan out there.
Yeah, well, they're only just running down into 5 now, J-Man. So, and we can actually, we will bring out, here we go, pit time. You can see this, ladies and gentlemen. This is coming up on your screen now on the leaderboard there, Totem. They are your pit stop times.
So I'm saying Bade and Leonard opting for very, very quick stops. I think that's...
And pretty much identical, Jamie, only 0.2 of a second between the two, compared to the likes of McCartan, Wakefield, Shepherd, Freeman, Scholesy, Antoon, and the like. I mean, it's damn. Even Cordia down there with a 1 minute 20, J-Man.
Yeah, so that's full tax of gas deal versus not. So Bade and Leonard opting for a different strategy. We see a pass here as we see Bade go wide, and that was down at Canada Corner there. That's just opened the door for Rehan to just go on through there. That'd be a welcome pass. Seen the part number on the rear bumper of that car for quite some time. And effectively grabs the lead of this race on lap 35, but on a different strategy now to the likes of Reese, Wakefield and co. So as we look at the order, we'll give it another half a lap to shake out to see what it looks like. Wakefield is going to look to resume this one, I think, by the time Xavier Simmons finishes his stop in P3. With a much heavier fuel stop and tyre situation here.
Okay, so start breaking this down, J-Man. We were talking about two-stop strategies. Obviously, you think it's not doable.
No, not for one. Not for one.
Okay, so the strategies are vastly different because we're seeing guys take very heavy fuel loads compared to not. Is that what you're saying?
Well, you look at the comparison for Rehan and Jensen, 15 and 16 seconds alike for their stop. Yep. I'm not sure whether that's what yours is saying, but somewhere around the 16-second bracket there.
It's on screen there, J-Man, yes, and the viewers can see it as well, yeah.
Yeah, versus the likes of Wakefield at 51 to 57, whatever it is, stationary versus rolling. So, obviously, opting to take the bigger load now and then maybe a splash and dash later, maybe banking on potentially a safety car late in the piece and a very short fuel home, but can't see them doing it off of 36. They might come close. If we keep open running though, it's going to be tight. It is going to be tight. So just looking at what lap they stopped on there, Davo. Just bringing that up on my data now.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. There it is on the screen as we speak.
What are you seeing for Wakefield?
Wakefield's lap 34. Rian and Jensen Bade, lap 33.
So just put some a touch short, so maybe banking on a bit of fuel saving or potentially a safety car in here.
Well, good luck.
And getting away with one, but it's tight. Look, the safety car definitely bought them an option.
It did, only just though.
Yeah, Whereas the likes of Bade and Leonard opting
Yep.
for definitely, in my eyes, a two-stop strategy. Obviously a long run home, but maybe short filling now, hoping for a safety car in the next 20 minutes, and then stop under there and then run home. But I think Wakefield, McCartan, Shepherd, if I look at the numbers, definitely looking to stretch this one out.
Yep. Well,
It's just such a long pit lane here.
It is.
You know,
It is.
takes its toll. Yeah, so
eyes on.
Would be Wakefield's saying to me that Wakefield stopped on lap 35. So takes them to basically lap 70 on the predictive. Couple short. Pace has been what we predicted. It was 05 race pace, Davo. You could argue that that's where it's at.
Yeah.
A few fours in the mix. However, 72 scheduled here. It's just going to leave them a little bit short.
Yeah,
it's a very short fill home.
It's marginal, isn't it? It's so close. I mean, just another safety car would definitely change that up.
Yeah, look, Jensen Bay has made the podium in these events with us before. And he is right on the back now. Very much pushing Rayhan up the front straight. Does he look for a pass? Is this part of the plan, just to sit in here? But you would think on that short fill strategy, knowing that they got one more stop to make, they're going to push as hard as they possibly can. Come around 5.5 for Rayhan, a 4.9 that lap there for Jensen Bay. He's going to need to run. They're going to have to run those big laps to do it. If we go back to Wakefield, he went through on a 6.0, still cycling that new tyre up to speed. So that's the other thing as well. Obviously that new tyre just takes a couple of 3 laps. We saw it in qualifying, Davo, and viewers. They opted not to go on the first flying lap. It was actually the second flying lap that they made all the lap speed. So
yeah,
just factor that in. But clearly these two boys out in front, Rayhan and Jensen, keeping that rubber on there, feeling like it's got enough life in it to run out what is to be a lighter fuel load.
It definitely does, J-Man, as we just pick up on a bit of action going on in the background here. As always, let's get a load of this.
Was that Antoon and Hanlon?
It was Antoon and Hanlon. I think both of them ended up going around, but it was Hanlon. Look, we will actually get another replay of that. That was just our little chopper
different angle on Hanlon's car, baby.
Whew. Hanlon actually up on two wheels here on the inside of Antoon there.
Oh.
And it's a pretty hectic looking exchange. And no surprise, both those cars looping it. And I'm sure there's possibly a little bit of toing and throwing going on the mics across to race control about that one.
Yeah, look, I can see now.
We'll leave that alone.
Airways have been lit up, so for sure.
Yeah, awesome stuff. But look, it just shows, you know, like the passion of these guys, and still chasing all the way to the end. Now, where was Antoon actually? Antoon was, and still actually currently is in 8th.
Yeah,
in position. Yeah. So neither of them actually lost a position, but so still in the top 10, and just quietly looking at the terms and conditions on the prize pool. That puts him in the running for prize money, J-Man.
Yeah, a lot at stake here for the drivers. I'm sure at the moment they're fully just focused on what they're about. As we see, Rayhan, that's the deal there. That's Rayhan just going through a back marker, 154. So that was through on Jonathan Turner there for me. So Wakefield, McCartan and Shepherd and Freeman now all line astern, racing to a strategy here. And mate, I don't know. Welcome aboard, Isaac. Good to have you tuning in. But for me, we've got two definite swings. There's actually 3 swings at it. You could argue that Fastlane's opted for a 3 strategy. Rehan and Bade on a two-stopper, and is Wakefield, McCartan, Shepherd and Freeman all on a single stopper and looking for something big at the back end. Maybe a safety car. Katar now, race control did just get involved in that incident.
Oh, the Antoon. Yep.
With Hanlon and Antoon, and Antoon has been given a whack over the knuckles for that, so I think there's a drive through there coming for Hanlon.
Just looking at that little group of cars there, J-Man, Wakefield, McCartan, Shepherd, Freeman. 4 in a row now.
Yeah.
So that is 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th respectively. Team cars running nose to tail.
We talked about them at the start, Davo, the way they dictated the race pace at the start.
They did.
They were definitely on a plan. Got the luxury of a safety car early in the piece there. A bit of a recap for the viewers that have just tuned in. These cars were very much at the front of the field, and Freeman was actually slightly off the back of it. Post pit stops, he's brought himself into it, and just having a look at that, Freeman probably looking at that the quickest of them through the lane, so maybe just a little bit shyer on fuel than these other boys, but be interested to know what strategy they're playing on here. Are they banking on a bit of fuel saving here, not having to trundle the lane one more time? I see them being a couple laps shy of the mark here. I've been wrong many a time before, Davo, but however, just monitor the race pace and through at the moment, still looking really good on 5.6s, 5.5s, a 5.1 for Shepherd, a 4.9 for Freeman. Last lap round, he is the holder of the fastest lap of the race, actually on a 4.7. So watch that car that's running 4th in the chain here. That when the gloves are off, if they've got something to fight with, I reckon he's very much in the hunt here, because there'll be a point of time when those cars are allowed to go at it for what may be the lead or the win of this race. So don't count out Rian and Jensen Bay, two very, very smart operators, big IQ when it comes to sim racing.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure they've crunched the numbers before we got here today, and it looked very much like they're racing to a strategy as well, and I think this is a definite two-stopper for these boys. I don't reckon, barring a safety car, that they think it can be done, because those top stop times were super efficient. Lap 34, they both came in, versus 35 for Wakefield, lap 34. My data just goes a little bit haywire there for whatever reason. Okay, yeah, lap 34 for McCartan, 35 apiece for Shepherd and Freeman. Scholesy was in early on 30. He was engaged in that battle earlier on, and I think that was with Nico Cordia, who is now down in P12.
Yeah. So Cordia well back, J-Man, and way out of position to what we have been used to seeing him throughout the first nearly hour and a half of this race here.
Yeah, definitely on par too, Cordia, with Nico Scholesy on the pit stop time as well, so I'm not sure what happened there.
Yeah, not sure. Nothing came up on my data to say that Cordia had an issue. So interesting. I couldn't sort of find anything there. So I'm not sure what's going on there. But look, it's racing. Anything could have happened, J-Man. As we well know. I think that was just Rian and Jensen Bade sneaking past an out of position car, and I'm not sure who that was in the background without a number. But yeah, someone well back in the field there, J-Man. Okay, where are we at? What am we getting? Pit stop pictures? That's not interesting, ladies and gentlemen. We need to stuff up the 40 end, and here we are. We are going to deliver. Does pit
Uh,
data
don't
show
believe it does.
tyres? Let me have a little bit of a look. Tyre compounds. Oh, well, I can show you what the tyre compound is, but it doesn't really show me much either. No. Damn it. I think that's one thing we don't actually have. Out of all the stuff
No,
we've got.
I think we could gamble on the idea that that based on the times, I think, you know, when we see Rehan and Jensen in for a very efficient sort of 15, 16 second stop, it's not likely. I think those guys probably cycling on a existing tyre. However, the times last that round, a 5.0 for Rehan and a 5.2, they're making the tyre live for sure. So yeah, look for a big stop from those two boys, and if we get a read, well, on that, if we go back to...
Okay, so we'll just look where Jensen is now, J-Man, who is just running in through the carousel as we speak. We'll sneak back to Reese Wakefield, who is just halfway down that sort of front back straight there after 3. So, you know, I know it's not far enough back, is it? I mean, Jensen, what did you say? What's the minimum trundle time in the pit lane? It's a minute or something, isn't it? So,
well, you know, they talk about by the time they go in and thing out that it's, you know, Scholes's basically a minute 5 or something like that if I look at his one. And then if we look towards, I'm just trying to see where... trying to see where Wakefield is. He's about 2 kilometres behind of what is a 6.4 kilometre lap. The gap's obviously a little bit far for the read, but I can work on pace at the moment, and Wakefield through last time round on a 5.3. 5.1 for Bade as Leonard comes to the pit lane, and that answers the question, are they doing a 2-stopper? Hell yeah, they are, because Rehan is in, and this will be a big stop. This will be him at lap 43 to run home. So look for this one, I think, to be every bit of, I'm going to say, a minute 38 to a minute 40 odd. So it's going to see him drop down through the pack and be safe home. And there's still a big question mark over Wakefield, McCartan, Shepherd, Freeman. Can they make these things go the distance? I'm calling it a couple of laps shy. However, that is a pretty quick stop at the back end for a splash and dash. Might be to the tune of around about 5 to 8 seconds or something on the jacks plus transit time.
Yeah, as we just see the top 6 sail past Rian there, J-Man, Nico Scholesy included, I suspect. Yes. Here. Yes, it is.
Minute 3 on the jacks for Rayan. Sees him drop down behind Cordia in front of Xavier Simmons. Bade's still out there. Expect him maybe to come in shortly as he just goes past a car off track there before, I think that was turn 14. Here comes Bade. Bade lines up the pit lane here, hot in here to hit the marks. So very much driving to a plan, all of the drivers up the pointy end, and then you've still got guys like, where is he on track now? Just trying to get a pick up on fast lane, because I think this car opted for the pit stop under the safety car. It is
so
just running
through the kink now. Running through the kink now with Phil Antoon very close behind. So these boys in a great position actually, where they sit now. Jensen still in the pit As we see the boys, Reese Wakefield, Steph McCartan, Dylan Shepherd, and Thomas Freeman sneak on past J-Man, no surprise.
Yep, no surprise there. And try and get a read. Where is Rayhan? Because on pit exit, you'd expect, as he comes out the final turn, Jensen Bade
Does
as well be looking for that just over a minute.
He's on
So
the jacks.
slightly fast.
Oh,
Very similar to Rayhan. And there he goes.
Oh, he's got him. He's got him here,
Yep.
J-Man.
He has definitely got Rayhan on the jack. So that was so on the jacks, very much looked like versus Rayhan. 102.8 for Rayhan and a 101.6 for Bade. So that is the difference.
Yep.
You can see it out there on track.
Yep.
It'll take a little bit for, we might see that get crushed as Jensen just gets those tyres up to working temperature. As I will just take a quick break for 1 minute, Davo, and leave it with you.
Absolutely. J-Man, thank you. And yes, the the trifecta here. Look at these four flying in formation. Reese Wakefield, Stephen McCartan, Dylan Shepherd, and Thomas Freeman doing the business in the GAMAFLARE cars. Scholesy actually not too far behind those boys too. So well done. Fastlane and Phil and Toon, we called actually both doing well, and including Sebastian Bade, keeping the nose out of trouble with a slightly different strategy to others. And this was, well, the race length is just enough to test these boys strategy-wise, and we have seen that there over the last 10 minutes or so, as now all the pit stops start to equalise. And just talking about Nico Scholesy, he's actually rolled into the pit lane as well. So, surprise, surprise, probably not, but Scholesy in the pit lane right now. And moving south on the totem there, and you can just pick up as the car drops off the jack there, you can just see what his jack time was. So it's Scholesy with a 22.3 second stop there, J-Man.
Yeah, just picking up on the battle, which is Rayhan and Jensen there. And, they need not fight each other here because they are on the alternate strategy here,
Yes.
opting for the short fill in the middle and then the long fill home. Not going to run this one out. So they need to keep that pace up, as we see last lap round for Leonard was a 5.7 versus the leader was on a 5.2. However, big question mark for me and over the efficiency of Wakefield, McCartan, Shepherd, Freeman's cars to run this one out, or whether they are looking for a quick splash and dash, and that puts them back in the hunt. You know, we saw them dictate the race pace at the start. However, I think that was hindered a little bit by the likes of Bade, Rayhan and Cordia and co at the start there, that maybe pushed that pace a little hard to run this thing out for a single stopper. Lap 46 or 72. I personally think it's a step too far without a safety car, and the field is relatively spread now at this point now, heading towards what will be the hour 40 mark. So, and the pace for those guys still very much what we saw at the start, low fives, low to mid fives. So is that too quick? And the other guy to think about in the mix of this is Fastlane Esports, opting for that safety car stop and then coming back in and a big dose of fuel, also 57 there. So that is more when he stopped on 28, obviously naturally, than the 35 of Reece Wakefield. However, you've got to remember with that 57, he was already carrying more fuel by way of stopping under the safety car. So don't count that car out. Currently sitting in P5, played the real long game, the lonely battle, Davo, throughout this race, completely going off strategy.
Yep.
I went through some scenarios earlier today, and I guess I had A, B, and C, but I really feel like his is definitely E or F, this strategy, because I didn't read that one, and I didn't read the safety car coming into play here. I didn't think it'd be a factor. We haven't seen it since, not to say we wouldn't see it again, but I tell you what, right now, if we saw a safety car inside the next 20 odd laps, I think that would play big time into the hands of Wakefield, McCartan, Shepherd and Freeman, and the gloves would be off for those boys to really let these things eat and go to battle. At the moment, still question marks. We do have Rehan and Jensen there that I think are fueled for home comfortably now and can run the pace. So I'll monitor those lap times from Rehan and Jensen, which were last lap round were 5.5 and a 6.2 for Jensen. So, oh, hang on. Yeah, it was a 6.2, so that wasn't his best showing. 4.7 now. Who was that? Oh, no, sorry, that is the original lap for Freeman. Just my data just deciding to prompt me.
Last lap data up there on the totem for the viewers to peruse, J-Man. As the race continues, hour and 40 minutes
Ooh.
in.
Who was that? Sorry, that was.
Talk to me.
Looking to go down the outside at 5, and it nearly come unstuck for.
So little
Dawson,
exchange
getting a
going,
read on Dawson in the pits.
Yeah, we're just picking up on a bit of a replay of Dawson and Scalzi having a little exchange there as well. J-Man.
So Fastlane Esports coming into the mix here now. Davo, last lap round was a 4.9. He's gone as good as a 4.8 in there, but he has got some pace, and he's just caught up to the back of Wally Baker, who'll be out of position and doesn't protest any fight at all about it. Obviously saw the flags, and he carries on his march, currently P5, and around about 27.5 seconds off the lead of this race.
Yep.
I might add. Antoon next in the line there. Not sure whether Antoon's got enough to run home. Stopped on lap 27 for 51 seconds. I'd say that he needs probably a little bit more splash and dash to make this one. If we base on Wakefield, Shepherd and co all around that lap 34, lap 35 mark, I think they're a big question mark, but I think Antoon possibly not.
Time will tell, J-Man. As Phil Antoon navigates some left traffic, we are going to get a little something up on screen here for you viewers, at everybody that's watching us here live on YouTube and obviously on Sky 83 this afternoon here. Get amongst this, get your phones out, scan that QR code and go in the draw, ladies and gentlemen, to win this awesome bit of kit here, the Get a Sim giveaway, proudly brought to you by GAMAFLARE, Matchfit Entertainment and various other affiliates, obviously Moza and SIMBLACKS on board, Supercars NZ are involved with this as well, and the only way you can get that QR code, just quietly ladies and gentlemen, is if you watch one of our Matchfit Entertainment streams, so exclusive to Matchfit Entertainment and Broadcast Lounge viewers. So get your phones out just quickly, whether you're on Sky or anywhere. Terms and conditions do apply. Drawn, I think, in June there, ladies and gentlemen. But quickly get your phones out and scan that QR code, and you too could be wrapped in that seat and using that fine bit of kit there. We'll also give a quick shout out to the Supercars NZ boys, obviously always big supporters of Matchfit events and Matchfit entertainment. Got something new, apparently. Like I said, this earlier in the broadcast, this only come across my desk this morning. So late breaking news, ladies and gentlemen, and another QR code for you to get your phones out and scan. And if you get your phones out and scan this one, you will go to a sign-up page. So you too, in your new rig that we just showed you before, you can get involved with the Porsche 992 series over at Supercars NZ, dipping their toes into Porsche Cup stuff. Hey? So who would have thunk it? There you go, ladies and gentlemen. So plenty going on track. Plenty more to come with
safety car enabled, Davo. This is what
here we go.
The OPR, the GAMAFLARE guys wanted, and I tell you what, Thomas Freeman just laid down the gauntlet there. 204.585 on the back of this train of four team cars. Yeah, he was blistering quick, but safety car has been called.
Well, can we? Well, clearly we knew why we got the first safety car. There was a car stranded on track. J-Man, maybe we can get a little bit of insight from the boys up in race control in the background to find out what's going on here. We're starting, obviously, to see on our data here a few boys jumping into pit lane immediately.
I'll go and find out.
The top three, or four, should I say, do they follow suit? Yes, they do. All four of them, viewers. Wakefield, Shepherd, McCartan and Freeman all in the pit lane. No surprise there. That will change the dynamic of this race. Without a doubt, J-Man will keep you updated with all the goss. A little quick flurry of pit stops there. No surprise with that safety car out on track at the moment. So Wakefield, McCartan, Shepherd, Freeman, fast lane, and two Nico Cordia also in the pits. Viewers. Mannering, Eccleston, Forbett. Everybody taking advantage of this. Burke, McNee also rolling into the pit lane. Big change up here. That has put Rian and Jensen Bade back in the fold, as J-Man was alluding to.
Yeah, sorry, didn't get a call. Race control, way too busy to give me any time. Sorry, and I didn't want to interrupt them. They were unpacking this. The few cars, obviously, people got the wave by and stuff, Davo. So sorry what I missed, Davo. But as I mentioned, yes, Leonard and Bade playing that early hand. I thought the safety car would hurt them. However, if they are fueled home, they are good to go.
They are on. They are so on here, J-Man, if they're fueled home.
And McCartan playing the numbers here. Is this buy him the couple of laps of fuel that he need? We saw the pace leading up to this was epic. I mean, they were in the high fours, low fives. So he wasn't saving any fuel. All four
of those cars into the pits, J-Man. So very quickly.
Bar McCartan. He's the guy.
Oh, okay. I thought we saw all four of them in.
Did he go? Did he? Sorry. Oh, yes, he did.
Yeah, the whole lot of them went in immediately, nose to tail, no surprise. Is that enough, J-Man? Look, and you did call it. You only called it like it was only a few minutes before the safety car came out. It's just like, well, okay, what's going to happen here?
Yeah. So what has that done as
that's-
well?
well, that's-
Scalzi,
man, that-
Scalzi and Cordia now on the back of this as well.
Yes.
And
Which,
fast lane.
which they deserve to be, J-Man, to be honest, don't they? Yeah. Who's the odd one out? There's no one really. Everyone's in there that was in there in that first part of the race there, all the way back down to Cordia. So that's what we saw for the first 20 minutes of this race will resume, ladies and gentlemen, for the last 40 minutes of this race. I tell you, it's going to get hectic. What are we on? Lap 50 out of 72, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I reckon we're going to get a good 20 to 21 laps of just absolute like the start of the race. And
it's going to be next level.
Rehan and Jensen, you know, paid an invoice early to get this and
They did.
out there. I'll tell you what, if I brought up their telemetry now, which I might just do, and just bring up and see what these guys are doing. If I pick on Stefan, he's in second gear.
So we're trying to read the body language on what they are doing here, particularly the guys that didn't stop on this safety car, the likes of Rian and Jensen.
Yeah.
Here, are they trying to conserve behind the safety car?
Rehan is.
Rehan is.
Yeah, Rehan is. He's in third gear versus the other guys in second, ready to go. Reese, third gear.
As you can see, a few
Thomas,
drivers getting
Freeman,
waved
third
through there as we look out of the in-car of Rian Lianaj, J-Man, Jensen Bade right in behind there. Who else is taking advantage of that? Oh, look, I really do like to see Nico Scalzi and Nico back up towards the pointy end there. Yeah, good to see. Where did actually somebody else that I was interested in was Sebastian Bade. Where did he end up? He's got a wave through, has he? Who we got there now? Oh, that's Kyle Davis. He's got a wave through. And Bade's still in the pits, so something going on with Bade's car back in the pit lane. So a couple of guys getting a wave through there.
No, Bade's still. Oh, you're talking to Sebastian.
Sebastian Bade, yeah. So in the pit lane. So there you go. That has shaken not only the top end of this grid up, as you can just see there, clearly.
A couple of wave arounds.
There.
Yeah, Wally Baker and then one other.
But it has not only mixed up the pointy end of this field, but also the mid-pack in the process. But look at that line of cars. Stefan McCartan, Rian, Leonage, Jensen Bade, Reese, Wakefield, Thomas Freeman, Dylan Shepherd, Nico Scalzi and Nico Cordia. They're the ones to watch. J-Man has been calling out fast lane here all afternoon, and now he is right there. He is right there, ready to pounce. We've got Eccleston and Forbett tucked in behind.
Sorry to interrupt, Davo. Green this lap.
Green this lap, ladies and gentlemen, as we wind down towards the end of this race. Whew, hasn't that shaken it up? Let's quickly get the gains and losses in the race so far. They're back up on your totem, viewers, just so you can see what's going on as these guys just continue to circulate a little bit. And remember, all our YouTube followers and viewers today, represent and it is up with a like. And if you're new to the channel, obviously subscribe and hit your notifications. We do stream 4 nights a week here at Matchfit Entertainment. So stay tuned and stay in touch and support Matchfit events and Matchfit Entertainment by giving us the like, hitting the thumbs up there. You can see the gains and losses. There's a couple of positions for McCartan Rian up 3, down for Bade 1, down for Wakefield 3. Freeman, it's a little bit up and down there. Scholesy though, J-Man.
Sorry, Davo, safety car in the lane.
First
safety
of the
car in the lane.
standouts.
It is under control.
Thank you. Is 8 positions up and 9th positions up for Jared Eccleston. We are going to go back to the leader now, ladies and gentlemen.
51 has control of the race. It's up to him when he goes. The car is in the lane. Safety car is in the lane.
Here we
Looked
go.
to go off the final turn last time round. Does he do it again? Rian, how ready is he?
Oh, he's holding. He's holding. J-Man. He's holding him.
There'll be comms
Oh,
amongst
there
the
it is.
team.
There it is. So good jump, just held Leonard's there just enough. It's actually balked a little bit of pace out of Jensen Bate. Jensen Bate actually plenty on his hands as the boys try to get the outside. Has he got him? He did. Ben Jensen with a mistake. Oh no! No, no, no! Let's try and unpack that. Oh, Jensen just
we got
giving
another one around.
Jensen just giving a little bit of a space there, J-Man, and got up on the
Wakefield's
inside.
gone.
Freeman's gone, J-Man, as well. Oh no!
So it leaves the two out the front. It leaves Stefan McCartan, Rian Leonard out there. Nico Scholes, he finds himself a P3. With a lot of pressure from
Okay.
Cordia.
So it looks like Wakefield. Unforced error. Unforced error for Wakefield there. His teammate only just sneaking past that. What a hectic restart, J-Man. Whoa.
Oh, it is on now. It is on. It's still going on. Fast lane down, around the outside, and I think that was Eccleston just trying to pick up someone else around that at 5. It is all going off. They say safety cars breed safety cars, but I'll tell you what.
Yep.
It is McCartan and Leonard going at it at the front, so couple of heavily GAMAFLARE / Matchfit SuperCars NZ sponsored cars going at it now. Got a nice little gap. Got around about 2.2 seconds over Nico Scholes.
Nico
Cordia.
out of nowhere, J-Man, and Cordia just snuck up there as well. Obviously, we saw that little bit of a mix-up with, Shepherd and Freeman. Whoa, dude.
Also Bade as well, going backwards. He was in the box seat in the podium position when this thing went green, but just it got busy real fast, down to 1. But for me, the work that was put in throughout this race from Freeman and also Shepherd, they find themselves 5, P5.
Yeah, well,
P7
yeah. Yes, definitely, J-Man. We just pick up on that incident with Bade there. That was the first incident out of that lot, and it escalated from there with mistakes from Wakefield. And it got a bit crazy. I think it was Wakefield and Forbett off track down at 3 there, J-Man. And those that survive, you see right here on track now. That is Dylan Shepherd, and he is having to defend on fast lane as he gets into the back of bloody Nico, J-Man. No!
And Scholesy becomes a victim.
Oh, I'm sure things are lining up.
The gloves are off now.
Oh, here it is, ladies and gentlemen, in the replay. A little bit of a tag. Oh, no. My. So that was the 43 car that come up and tagged the back of Scholesy there.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. Shepherd involved with that. Woo! Lots to unpack here, J-Man.
Rian to the front, Davo. Sorry,
it's on. It's side by side still, J-Man.
Yeah, side by side through Canada corner, and I think McCartan's going to have the right of way here, but it just shows the intent now from Rian. He played nicely in the back of the pack there. in that front group for so long, and now it's time to unleash the pace. We know how good the two of these guys are, and they have put a gap on what is to be Fastlane Esports, who was on the alternate strategy, looking for a 3-stop scenario from Fastlane. Shows it can be done multiple different ways here today in this Road America 450, and you can see Nico Cordia got engaged in a real big battle earlier, and now he finds himself in P4. Race control, unpacking a little bit of what Davo just said, showed you earlier down there at turn 5, and I'm sure there's a lot to unpack, hence it's taking a little bit of time.
Yeah, sure.
But Xavier Simmons is going to get removed that pack, because I believe he's got to drive through. You can see the black flag, well, I can see the black flag beside his name, so it's just going to open the door for Hanlon Badencoat. Sorry, I'll get an update from race control.
Ladies and gentlemen, surprise, surprise, we get a safety car, and then all hell breaks loose towards the end there. Thank you, Mary K. Cordia.
Yeah, 43, Dylan Shepherd with a penalty out of that one as well, but he was already in the lane by my calculations, so...
Okay, that number 43 car, yes.
Yep.
Yes, no surprise. Okay, so penalty for that car, and that answers your question right there. The last comment was penalty, question mark? Yes, exactly.
Rayhan now with the lead of this race, Dave, over Stefan McCartan. But I'll tell you what, every time these guys go to battle, watch out for the 179 car. Fastlane Esports been quietly achieving all day on an alternate strategy. We talked about it throughout the broadcast, about the strategy that this car was on and how he's going to play himself into it. I think he's good for fuel. I think all these boys right now are good for fuel, hence the safety car. The last stop, fill these things up, send them home.
As we just see the Xavier Simmons car sneak into the pit lane there, right down J-Man. That is Thomas Freeman having a crack on the outside at Nico Cordia. Nico's having none of it.
Yeah,
oh, no! Sorry, J-Man.
Oh,
it has blown up
Nico.
deluxe. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. I thought these guys were doing a fantastic job, and no.
We could see another safety car.
Oh, we are definitely going to see a safety car. We've got Nico Cordia's car across the track. J-Man. We had high hopes there for the Cordia car, and look at it now. Stranded.
And hard.
Whoa.
And
whoa.
Importantly, Dave, viewers, when the safety car was called, I can tell you now, Rayhan was in front by the smallest margin over Stefan McCartan as the call comes out for the third safety car of the afternoon. And Freeman not happy at all himself, and obviously Nico.
Whoa, big incident there. That is look at that car. It is destroyed. The 69 car, J-Man, it is absolutely destroyed. That corner takes no prisoners. We saw, I think, Jensen Bate a couple of weeks ago there in the V8 Supercars when they raced here at Supercars NZ. Hard into the wall there. Very similar outcome. Totally. Now, we did talk about Rian. Oh, so we do have a safety car, don't we? Yes, we do have a safety car out at the moment.
Freeman's car is busted as well, Davo.
Who's that?
Thomas Freeman's car has got about 25 degrees of toe out on both front tyres and no front end. He is done.
I'm surprised that thing's even drivable. Look at it. As it literally drags that Porsche back to the pit. Oh, dear. Dear.
Oh, sad. Mark Cordia tuned in the whole stream supporting Nico Cordia, and then to see all the hard work come undone. And we'll get a tow and go to the back of this pack.
Wow. There you go, ladies and gentlemen, how things can change quickly. We were just literally shouting out the battle of Rian and Stefan at the pointy end of the field, and safety car, things get started, capital laps in, everybody's got the elbows out, and there you go.
Yeah, Freeman as well. So condolences to both of those guys.
Two of the top runners, J-Man. Seriously, both of these guys are definitely in for the to be podium positions here this afternoon. So, wow.
Green this lap too. Sorry, Davo, to interrupt, but race control not mucking around. They want as much action out there as possible, and Rehan is tucked up in behind the safety car as they head out of where are they at the moment? They look to be coming down to turn 6, I believe.
Yeah, they're down, down to turn 6 here at the bottom of the hill. The left-hander, tricky little sucker it is. Yes.
We've seen the games. We've seen the games already with the race start procedure, and Rehan has got the opportunity now with Stefan McCartan behind him, and also Fastlane. Look, watch that car, but also Jensen Bade from P5 here as well. No discredit to Zach Hanlon. He was a late entry. Saw him sign up. I think I got a message from him Saturday, and he's here to play in P4.
Oh, look, we were literally just calling how the last safety car had really mixed the dynamic of the race up, not only at the top, but in the mid-pack. And here we are, and look, it still looks very scary on the next race start. We've got the likes of, obviously, Rian and Stefan at the top, but Fastlane and Zachary Hanlon that have been gifted a couple of positions. They're sitting up there in 3rd and 4th respectively, but we've got the likes of Jason Bade sitting in 5th. Jensen Bade, should I say. And Nico Scalzi back down in 9th. So I would expect to see some movement from those boys there.
Safety car in the lane, Davo. Sorry to interrupt
you
there,
no.
This is the first time that Rehan's had the opportunity to do a restart, and we saw the boys do it on the final turn once before, and then we saw previously car opt to do it halfway up the hill on the front straight, and I think Rehan's going to take it right to maybe the corner exit. He's still on the 85k an hour, and he's going to drag him up the hill.
Well bunched there, J-Man. Oh, he's going to run them long here. They are literally on their way up the hill here now.
Yep. There he goes.
Right at the brow of the hill there. Didn't get much of a jump, J-Man. And you had to come. The start-finish lines are right there. Let's see what goes on here in the back. And Zachary Hanlon ducking and a weaving. Trying to get a little bit more temp back into those tyres. Jensen Bade right in behind. And it is on immediately, once again.
Yeah, straight into it. No mucking around.
Only got about 15 or 16 laps left to run in this race. J-Man.
Xavier Simmons putting a move on full Antoon as we speak as they head down.
Oh, who's that going? It's Fastlane going backward. Oh, J-Man. And I noticed Antoon off track as well on my data. So, oh no! So that is Fastlane getting tagged by Hanlon there.
Yeah,
turning that car
into the back.
Oh no! Again, I tell you what.
Resumes the lead of the race too, Davo. That's important as well.
Okay,
we will grab that from Rehan.
We will pick up on that as well as we just pick up a replay of the Antoon car unforced error around, and let's get a little bit of a sneaky peek of this one here, ladies and gentlemen. And there it is, Stefan McCartan, and that is down. Yeah, through 5. Literally got the car side by side at 5. Runs it down to 6 there. That is Zach Hanlon in the background. Now in 3rd position. I'm not sure how long that car will actually stay in 3rd position. The stewards will make that decision, my friend.
I'd be pretty nervous if I was Rehan Leonards right now.
Well,
a shadow over it.
Just saying.
Trying to get off the race line there.
Look at Hanlon, J-Man. These cars side by side.
Yeah, I'd probably let that car go right now. There's still a bit to play in this one. And Rehan makes a smart decision there, just tucks in behind, because I think the stewards are going to impose something on that car based on what we just saw.
So that puts Jensen Bade tucked in behind
back in the mix, Davo.
Yes. And look, to be honest, I thought he would have been at this end of the field the whole race, but he has been there or thereabouts pretty much, and now back where I think he's most comfortable here. He can sort of see, well, he can see the podium now. Right there, J-Man, have you still got a ear on?
Yeah, I have, but sorry, I'm literally just in awe at the moment of Brady Stanley, who has come up on my radar far too many times for the wrong reasons.
And here he is.
And here he is through wave boys under safety car and maybe pitting at the accurate time. He is currently sitting P5 legitimately behind Jensen Bade with pace at that too as well. Personal best for Brady is a 204.88, so that car has got pace, and he has snuck up under the radar on us there, albeit a little bit wide there through turn 11. He is right in the mix here as race control still unpacks what is the Zach Hanlon gate down there at turn 6. Sorry.
As we just see Fastlane making a move, Eccleston there, J-Man in the background. Nice work, those boys are hard at it. Is Manning and Xavier. Simmons there. Mannering in the KSR.
911.
Yes, and PD actually just tucked in behind there in 12th position. So Mannering holding down the top 10, but man, is it still on? Yeah, Mannering and Xavier.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I tell you what is on is Zach Hanlon with that little bit of a race control shadow hanging over him. He is literally trying to go to the lead of this race right now. Saw him play off the better part of what was around about a P7, P6 to P8 sort of progress throughout this race, and he is searching as he goes left and right, goes to look to go the long way round on Stephen McCartan down the bottom of the hill at
Stephen covers.
And huge pressure now, and this is just going to buy Rian back into this battle as well as Jensen Bade. And like I said, Brady Stanley, where did he come from? Reese Wakefield, one of the fast runners from the better portion of this race. He's in the background working his way back into this as well. So lot to play for. Nico Scalzi, Fastlane, Eccleston, Simmons, Mannering, they're all at it as well. So look, we've seen, what have we had? 3 safety cars already, Dave.
Yes.
Highly likely the chance that we could see another one.
It's on the cards, isn't it?
The checkers fly on this one.
It's, as much as I don't want to say yes, it is on the cards. As we look over the rear wing of Stephen McCartan at the moment, Jamin, Zachary Hanlon, like you said, look, on a mission now, even with the cloud over his head from race control, looking to continue to move forward, obviously with no penalty as such as yet. That is already snuck past Rian Leonard, and Rian just staying in touch, just tucked in behind Rian.
Got a nice drive off the final turn as well.
Look at it, it's on.
Goes to the outside. Already got a half a car over the lap already.
Slight exchange of paintwork there.
Hang on.
Slight exchange of paintwork on the way up across the start finish line there. That inside run McCartan just took there, they've got to be very careful not to get too loose on the inside ripple strip. And again, McCartan with the shallow entry there is vulnerable on the exit to Hanlon. Hanlon again, but on the outside. Long run here. Another tap on the guard between the two cars. This is definitely not over. Get out of Rian's Let's have a look at this show.
Good opportunity here for Rehan.
Oh, big move from Hanlon. Finds the car very wide. Bounces the thing back out on the track.
Penalty for Nico Cordia for avoidable contact that was maybe unpacked a little bit earlier. So still waiting for race control. We're obviously taking some time to unpack
some of the earlier incidents, yes.
With the 47 car, yeah, for sure. But how aggressive are the moves there. Hanlon changed of direction, went from outside to inside, down at 5, had another big look up at 6. McCartan now with a bit of an air gap. We know McCartan at this point of the race knows how to do the business. We've seen it before.
Oh, we have.
Holds his nerve.
We have. And did I mention the little text exchange I had with Stefan McCartan this morning? He goes, I'm not quick in these things. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here he is leading the race with, what do we got? About maybe 12 or 13 laps yet to run. I think it's about, is it 12? It is 72 laps, J-Man, here this afternoon.
Oh, thank you, Aidan Gray. Gregory. So fast lane is actually Bryce Harding. So
okay, Bryce.
Bryce Harding.
Oh, thank you.
Turning up here today with a very, very unique strategy play. Up to the last safety car played you well inside a podium, and it is not done yet. We still have effectively 11 laps. I think, Davo, you were...
yes, 12 laps. 12 laps, yeah. Yep. Well, including this one, yes.
Yeah, and is very much, well, you could say if you're a gambling man, he's in the money. Exactly. He has certainly driven himself into a points-paying position, so well done, and have enjoyed every bit of the strategy that Mr. Bryce Harding has applied there, as we just see behind him, Nico Scolzi.
Oh, so sideways.
A little bit of a run wide.
So sideways, Jay.
Going to open the door for the other car that played a similar strategy to Bryce was Jared Eccleston, opted for a pit stop under safety car as well, and that's come back to him nicely as well. Hanlon now, Leonard, McCartan still going at it. This isn't done. No word from race control on what we thought was a bit of a cloud looming over the 47 car of Zachary Hanlon. Plays on, and as a driver you just keep driving what's in front of you until you hear otherwise, and I feel like he's well and truly in the mix for not only a podium, but based on what we're seeing, he's got some sort of car pace on board. He has had the ability to run a 2:04.8. Leonard's the fastest of the front three on a one-lap dash at a 4.7. McCartan a 4.9.
Oh, look, J-Man, while you chat what's going on up the pointy end here, I couldn't help but watch what was going on behind, and Scolzi, who was that? Xavier Simmons around. Oh, no. Here it is, through the kick, tucked right up behind Scolzi there.
Oh, that's a big one.
That is a massive one, and there it is. No contact, unforced error there. Just unweighted car. Wow.
A little bit of contact down to 1. Sorry, Davo, between.
Sorry, and we are still looking at that replay because that actually continued on somewhat after that. So that was Stefan McCartan track. I take it you were talking about, J-Man.
Yep.
And we're just picking up that on that now. It is a massive bit of contact actually between Hanlon pushing McCartan inside there. Allows Rehan past, I suspect. Is that car damaged, J-Man?
Oh, 100% it's going to carry some front right for sure. And I'll tell you what, this really plays in to, for me, Rehan, as Jensen Bay just makes the move now on McCartan, who I think is going to definitely be carrying a little bit of left hand down for sure on that car. I mean, I think he's doing a fantastic job, whereas he hit that ball hard.
He did.
And Hanlon now, couple of questionables over that. There, the first one was obviously one at turn 5, and I heard nothing. And then the second one was definitely there. So lots to unpack, and Race Control do a fantastic job.
I'm sure they will.
Leave it in their capable hands.
They've got a little bit of a backlog, actually, haven't they, towards the end of this race? It was so clean the first half of the race, and it's just got a little bit of pressure on towards the end here, J-Man, because there's a lot to play for. Obviously, as we get back to the 40 end, Zach Hanlon running first, Riyad Leonage in second, Jensen Bate and Stefan McCartney after a little exchange with Hanlon. Back now in fourth position. We got Stanley and Reese Wakefield very close in tow there. We did see, who did we say that was? It's Bryce Harding. J-Man, Bryce Harding, holding down seventh position. Jared Eccleston in eighth, Thomas Freeman in ninth, and Heath Mannering running out of the top 10 as we start to wind down. We've probably got eight or nine laps to go here, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you've been enjoying the broadcast. Please hit the like and subscribe button if you are watching this on YouTube, and if you're not, welcome all our Sky 83 viewers here this afternoon. Thank you for tuning in. Davo and J-Man on the mics here for the Road America 450. J-Man, what do you got eyes on? Surely this top bunch.
Definitely at this point of time now, starting to focus a little bit towards the front bunch, but more importantly, Reese Wakefield, who we know just very much helped the dictation of the race pace and that front back for a good portion of the race. Obviously, he's come to a bit of an incident earlier after the safety cars, found himself on the back of Brady Stanley again, and just watch this car, the 144 car. Obviously, we've got Zach Hanlon out the front at the moment. He's looking to make some fresh air at the moment with some hot laps. I still think there's a bit to unpack there for Race Control, and they'll be doing their due diligence about what happened there and come up with the correct call. However, for me, Reese Wakefield now is fully in tune on the back here, and we're at those laps now where it's no time to wait. If the opportunity strikes now, these guys are going to put the moves on. We saw how disciplined the pack was at the start. They did a fantastic job for the better part of an hour plus, where they literally just went round and followed the leader and kept the cars clean. We saw these cars swap around positions to make fuel and make sure everything was golden as far as the team strategy play was called. And hey, look, they're still very much in this battle. You got Stefan McCartney there as well as Reese Wakefield.
And so if Stefan, because we did see this car take a little excursion off track and a bit of a tag on the wall there. He was currently, at the time, running in first, a little bit of a mix up with Hanlon there. But look, it looks like he's still got some pace in the car. And if it does have damage, he's adapted to it fairly quickly, and he's still well in amongst that pack of cars there. That is first to sixth here, ladies and gentlemen, after 2 hours and 20 minutes of racing. Mind you, very, very close stuff. Thank you, actually, Vaughan Martin, for tuning in. Hit the like button, my friend, a long time Matchfit supporter and a good friend, J-Man. Look, well...
Yeah, Reese Wakefield, I said it. You know, he just put the move on Brady Stanley there, and like I said, it's time. We're starting to click them down now. You know, they're going to chew these laps really quickly. This is the business here. Like I said, we haven't heard from Race Control. Zach Hanlon plays on at the moment. I'm sure they're still unpacking that. I thought they may have had to unpack a couple of those, but certainly the second one certainly looked like it was worthy of a look, and I definitely think
we might still hear from them.
Yeah, he's got the pace to be there.
Oh, like no, definitely. Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah, so if we look at that, Hanlon last tap round 4.7, Leonage 4.8, 4.7 for Bay, 4.7 for McCartney, 4.7 for Wakefield.
Are they
4.7 for Stanley. So they have just, this is it, it's go time. We have not consistently seen can drop into those numbers. This is it. They are full sprint racing towards the checkers now. You can see Rian tucked in the draft there. He's looking. The slightest mistake, you'll see this pack shuffle around so quickly. And don't forget, Davo, there is actually still a lot going on throughout the field. We've got just looking at Mannering and Eccleston going at it. So it's a marathon car there with one of the KSR cars, and then they've got Pete Dawson, because Pete's in the back of shot as well. So Mannering holding down the 10th spot.
Yeah, Mannering rocking the Kiwi Sim Racing, flying that flag here today. Nice work. I don't think Matthew or Hayden Kirk could make the race today. So KSR, they've always got someone to represent, so good on them. Obviously massive supporters of Matchfit through and through, as we are of them. J-Man, so nice work to see Mannering. And where is Mannering at the moment? Holding down top 10 position. So awesome stuff. PD, like you mentioned, tucked in behind in the number 54 mobile car. Ever the gentleman, PD. Again, another massive Matchfit fan out there representing here on the track on a Sunday afternoon. What do you got?
Wakefield through on McCartan now. Starting to make his way towards the podium. He's going to have Jensen Bade next in the crosshairs. So watch this car. We saw how fast he was through the opening stanza of this race. Just picks off one of the team cars. Set sights now on Jensen Bade. A little bit of an air gap. Got around about 1.2 seconds to the lead of this race. However, only 3/4 of a second up to Bade. That's how tight it is after. Here we go, race control.
Yeah, just remembering McCartan. It doesn't surprise me to see Wakefield pass McCartan. I suspect McCartan's car is carrying damage. Leonard right on the tail of Hanlon at the moment. Zach, potentially a cloud hanging over that car. Penalty-wise, we are not sure. There is a little bit of a backlog, I think, for race control at the moment. There's been a couple of little mishaps here and there. A couple of mischiefs in the background. But always those guys taking their time to look over these things carefully, obviously, in race control. But nonetheless, the racing is hot at the top. And it has been pretty much the whole race. There was a very small period of time, just as the pit stops, the first round of pit stops were equalising, where we saw the mid-pack and even the top of the field actually spread a little bit. But here we are after a couple of safety cars. I think we've had 3 so far this race, so that's a bit of a record for us as well. Yeah, back to business and back to this hectic run to the finish line. J-Man, what have you got for us? Or do you have anything for us? J-Man, where's the racing pigeon? Where have we got him? No, we don't.
47, car 47 with a drive-through penalty.
There it is.
Race control took Hanlon a long time to unpack that.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Hanlon, as we speak, Rian gets up beside him just as that call comes through for Zachary across the start-finish line. Look in the background, J-Man. Bade having to defend from Wakefield there.
Yeah, and also McCartan as well, so it's going to get busy. Obviously, Zach Hanlon not happy about the call. However, the call's been made, and it's back in review, post-review, so they're reviewing it again. So he threw the element of doubt out to race control. Race control having another look at it, so he is playing on, and Felt like it upset his rhythm there, but Bade's going to go down the inside at 5.
Bade needs to take
6.
advantage here. They've got to be careful here. Obviously, while this is going on in the background, guys have definitely got to be just careful on how they approach the next couple of laps here as race control work this out. But yeah, like you said, J-Man, like you said, that just the to and fro between race control and Zachary Hanlon has offset his rhythm a little bit there. It's allowed Rian pass and Rian away. It's quick smart there as Zachary just tried to keep the rest of the boys at bay as decisions come through on their headsets here. But Jensen, Baden, Wakefield and McCartan all keen for that position. That is... Who's that? That's Stanley as well, like you call. Who would have thunk it? Stanley.
Oh, he just played himself into this beautifully. But for me, watch for Reece Wakefield in this final 5 laps.
Yep.
Or 4 laps to come. 5 around there, and Reece looking race. He's managed to pass 2 very, very fast guys in the recent past, Stephen McCartan and Brady Stanley as well.
Yep.
And we see the times just fall away a little bit now. I mentioned just a lap or so ago, they're all in the 4s now into the high 5s, low 6s. So a little bit of battling going on. It's probably paid to the lap time, but maybe a little bit of dig as well. We saw the cars
possibly
as early as 42. We do have a few out there, namely McCartan and Stanley on 49. However, those stops were for fuel only. For me, I think the best car on a tyre out there is Jensen Bade, lap 43, as we see Bade go to the inside of Hanlon now.
Got it.
What's the move on?
He's covering on Hanlon immediately. Oh, Hanlon. Hanlon gets it back.
It is not done.
It's definitely not done. Through 5, down to 6 here is a J-Man. That is Wakefield, wants a part of it, gets past Bade. Tags the back of Zachary's car. That's still not over.
That is quite.
Jensen's just like, hey, whoa. Just let me deal with this. Look, well, obviously we heard it from race control that there was meant to be a drive-through for Zachary Hanlon. He's contested.
And then retracted.
So they're looking at it again. This lap is now another lap in progress here, J-Man, and we're running out of laps here. It's 68 out of 72. So it is all going down to the wire here. And a lot of action in the background. Wow. These guys not mucking around.
And look at that, Justin, and that last half of the lap there, you look at the press that Hanlon's just put on to close the gap.
Of course, yes.
It's now 0.8 to Rehan. Rehan's got to drive his level best final 3 laps here, mate, to get the business done. I mean, he is pretty much a safe set of hands on any given night. We call him, we get to watch him. Hanlon's new to us, Bade, no stranger to us. We see him out there, we know what he's got. Wakefield, we've seen how impressive his drive is already, but this is not done for a podium by any stretch.
No.
In the final laps.
No, definitely not, J-Man. And you are right, John Black. It is great racing. I totally agree. These guys, at this late stage of the race, 3 or 4 laps to go here, still very, very aggressive.
Speaking of aggressive, Davo, and Toon just putting a move. Thomas McCollin, it's gone bad big time. Oh, that is a massive, massive accident. If we don't see a late safety car, could be a green, white checkers or something down there, because we have got a big incident, and I think that was out of turn 1, turn 2. It is massive. Sorry to pull you away from that.
Oh, it is huge, J-Man. You are so right. Oh, my. Oh, no. Who was that? McCollin and Toon? Was that just...
Yeah.
Oh.
I think there was a few cars involved in that.
Oh, no. That did look like maybe McCall tagged up on the back.
Anyway, no word of a safety car at this point. Haven't heard anything. So maybe play on at the front because it is starting to heat up with what's going to be only a couple to go shortly. Hanlon's bridging the gap back to just over 0.4 of a second to Rehan. Jensen Bade's trying to go with. What can Wakefield McCartan do?
Wow. We're just picking up
Hang
the
on
end
a
of
minute.
that.
Cantoon calls for a tow. Is that a safety car?
Well, quite possibly
Oh,
would
no,
be.
He's got a tow. He's got a tow.
Oh, Rian, Zachary Hanlon still at it, J-Man. We are down. This is lap 70, ladies and gentlemen. Hanlon, again.
Goes to the outside. It's going to narrow up the entry here for Rian. He's going to have to defend down here. He's going to have to be big under brakes. Run him out wide. He's going to give him the space. Now the Bade's right in there as well. Maybe an inside line at the top of the hill.
Oh, Bade has a look. Oh, ever so slightest tag on the back of Hanlon there, J-Man. Zachary grabs it up. Bade is keen.
Yeah, he wants the spot. And look in the mix. Wakefield McCartan ready to pounce.
Yeah, so
anything goes untowards. Brady Stanley's right there as well. Bryce Harding's doing a great job holding off Thomas Freeman and Heath Mannering. I think it is.
whoa. Wow.
As
What?
the game, with all the action starts getting a little bit of Tourette's because it is so action-packed out there. No disrespect if you've got Tourette's, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just the game's...
It's just a madness at the back end of this race.
Oh, action-packed.
Yes, a lot more going on here than there was in the Phillip Island race. You are so right. Bade having a good hard look there, J-Man. And
He is.
looking for a bit of draft. He's actually...
Start lap 71 of 72. Wakefield and McCartan, they got some sorting out to do, some inter-team choices to make over the next 2 laps.
They do that. Stanley's probably just thinking, I'm happy to sit here. Watch this, because he's done really well here. The top 3, however, this race is not over. Rian.
Big call just come through, Davo. No further action for Hanlon. It's play on.
Oh,
Let the boys run.
well, and here comes! Here comes Jensen. Almost gets it done around the outside. Wow!
Had a big look down there at turn 5. That's a bold move.
Oh, look, let's have a look. Let's see if we can get out of the chopper. Get a load of that. He actually got
Look at
over.
how close this pack is.
He got overlap on Rian. Well in that move. So that's how deep he was on the outside. Oh, here we go. Zachary through. Oh, Dave's through too.
As Lance just tunes in on the boy, he's just gone from P1 to P3. And this is it. So the call was made. Hanlon play on. So he goes to the front. No cloud now.
No way. No way. What up to Rian? Oh, I don't believe that.
What have the boys got in response? Zach Hanlon, late entry. Like I said, he messaged me on Saturday afternoon. Oh, it might have been Friday afternoon, actually, for that matter. He said, hey, I want to get amongst it. Said, mate, hit the registrations. Look where he is. He's up there. A little bit of earlier controversy as to a couple of the moves. However, it's been cleared by race control. Now, Jensen Bade, who's no stranger to the podium in these Matchfit events, is right there with him. And we've got one to go. This will be it, and the battle's in the back as well. Leonard, Wakefield, McCartan.
Oh, and McCartan. Look at this. McCartan on Leonard. He's going to get this done. Brown relegated out of the top 3. Is that... Did that just happen? Right at the end of this race, it has all been shaken up.
So really, with only around 6 kilometres to go, it's all about Bade. What can he do as he looks for the over-under again? A little bit of contact as they head down to 5.
Hey,
Trying to go around the outside the lap before, looks for an undercut.
Rion looking for a move on McCartan has made him vulnerable to... Oh, no, I'm mixed up here now. Oh, he was looking for a move on Wakefield, which has now allowed McCartan past. So he's gone back 2 positions.
Can Hanlon hang on?
Wow.
What can Rian do with Stefan McCartan?
Wow.
For a big send down at Canada Corner here from Jensen Bade. If he's close enough, he may have a big look down here. He's right underneath the wing, and look at that. Reece Wakefield finds himself back in the podium. Had to drive back after an incident after the 3rd safety car we had. Can Hanlon hang on to this one, Davo?
Man, 3 quarters to go. Wow, I am out of breath. Bade's got this. Does he want to have a crack at Hanlon? He's got nothing left. That is the final corner. This will be the top 3 spots.
So top 6 cars covered by 1.8 seconds after what is
Hanlon,
2 hours and 39 minutes.
Hanlon, Bade, Wakefield, McCartan, Leonard, Stanley. Then we got Freeman. Freeman, Bryce Harding, Heath Mannering. Up and across the line in the KSR car. Wow. PD rounding out the top 10. Again, PD in the top 10 again. It's awesome to see. Wow. J-Man, I am out of breath. Seriously, bro. Hard calls for the race control live there this afternoon. So, not everyone will agree, but that's racing for you, J-Man.
Mate,
wow.
What a fantastic event. And look, whether you tuned in through YouTube or whether you tuned in through Sky 83 Face TV today, I think you were treated to a fantastic performance of over 72 laps here at Road America, which obviously proudly presented to you by Matchfit Events and Matchfit Entertainment and GAMAFLARE.
GAMAFLARE major sponsors. J-Man, I'll just quickly run through them, and thank you for all of our Sky viewers for tuning in. It was broadcast to you live on Sky this afternoon, but we are going to get some drive interviews, J-Man. Supported by Supercars NZ and supported by SIMBLACKS as well. We are going to get some boys up into the commentary box, J-Man. Let's get cracking.
First cab off the rank is Reece Wakefield. You got us on comms?
Yeah, I certainly do, boys.
Mate, fantastic drive. A lot to unpack there for that one. Obviously, fantastic performance. First and foremost, got to congratulate you on the P3. But just talk to us and the viewers a little bit about the start of that race and the team tactics that you and your teammates played, dictated the pace of that race and did a beautiful job. Mate, was that everything going to plan until maybe that 3rd safety car?
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, everything was going swimmingly. It's a long race, so keep as much in the tank as we possibly could, and then it was pretty much just get to the last stop and then push from there. And everything was going perfectly. I mean, we were head of the field for the majority of the race, and then that 3rd safety car, the cold tyres caught me out, and as you saw, I made a pretty big mistake and spun the car, but I think from there I was just put my head down and then kept going. I didn't expect to get back up to P3, but I'll definitely take it, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, hey, look, it was fantastic to watch, and so at the time, obviously, all purely speculation from up here in the booth, but we kind of thought that at that point you guys were banking maybe on another safety car. I thought you were a couple of 3 laps short based on the strategy. You played a long first strap, went in, and was always the plan to go for a splash and dash, or were you hoping for another safety car?
Nah, the plan definitely was another splash and dash. That's why on our first stop we filled up all the way, whereas I think Rayhan and Jensen maybe only they split that last stop 50-50. So we filled up the tank on that second stop, and then when that third safety car was called, we actually did the splash and then took 4 tyres so we could have a couple up advantage on tyres. But yeah, the cold tyres caught me out massively. I apologise to my team for that. It wasn't great on my behalf, but we made it back in the end.
Oh, you did, and you did it really. You know, like, to be honest, the drive back at the end showed some true grit, Reese. It was really impressive to watch, and just the discipline at the start, mate. I'm kind of, and Davo as well, in awe of the tactics, and just even the swapping around of that first position to let you guys jump in the draft, and you know, superior management there. You guys look a well in tune team, mate, and justifiably great to see you up on the podium. I really feel like if that had played out, we could have seen a clean sweep from the team there. But nonetheless, mate, you made it up here, and congratulations.
Nah, thanks for that. Yeah, obviously, if things played out the way we wanted, I have faith that it would have been an OPR in GAMAFLARE 1, 2, 3. But unfortunately, it's just racing. It's just how it goes. But I think as a team, we do have a lot of grit. We have a lot of determination when we do come to some struggles, and it's just how we pull together as a team. It was a bit unfortunate with Steph copying some damage in that last couple laps of the race, which brought him back a little, but I mean he still stuck with it and was able to finish in P4, so huge commendation to Steph for the drive he put in as well. And I mean, big drive from Thomas Freeman, Dylan Shepherd, again caught up in a couple little incidents which put him back in the field, but we still stuck it out, and that's all that matters in the end.
Yeah, nice.
Absolutely.
Well done, mate. Hey, look, you are getting live broadcast right now, live to Sky TV, Face TV 83, and also the YouTube. So, opportunity, mate, if you'd like to thank your sponsors and your teammates and anybody else, the floor is yours. Thanks, Reece.
Hello, everyone out there watching. Glad for you guys to be tuning in. Obviously, broadcast wouldn't be possible without everyone who watches. So, shout out to everyone that watches. Big shout out to OPR and GAMAFLARE and our sponsors, which is GAMAFLARE SIMRACING. I mean, they've hopped on board this year and have been a phenomenal help already. Really putting us into some good, hard racing, and it's allowing us to show off what we can do as a team. Another big shout out to SimRigs, another sponsor of ours. I mean, if it wasn't for SimRigs, we wouldn't be racing on the rigs we are today. So thanks to SimRigs for supplying us with the goods. Big thanks to Motec as well, our technical partner. We go through a lot of data as a team, so if it wasn't for Motec, we'd probably be just using raggedy old Garage 61. So big shout out to Motec, and big shout out to you guys for commentating what I'm sure was a very boring race to begin with, but those last 10 to 12 laps probably left you out of breath at a couple spots. So big shout out to you guys for keeping this on for 72 laps.
You're welcome, mate. Well said. Yes. There you go. That is Reece Wakefield, and no doubt, Reece, you'll be in communication with Davo and the team at GAMAFLARE, because you have got some stuff coming your way. So congratulations, my friend.
Thanks, boys. Thanks for having me on here.
Thanks, Reece.
There you go. And next one up was Jensen Bay. And before we actually formally, I just get a time check from the director there, Dave. Am I okay with Jensen here, mate, or are you going to press me for time?
You have about 11 minutes.
Cool as. Jensen Bay, mate, what a fantastic performance. I presume you've got us on comms.
Yep.
Mate, roll the dice there. Different strategy, yourself and Rayhan, and it played dividends in the end. Talk to us about that, how early you made that call.
Yeah, so we kind of like planned from the start and knew that there was going to be kind of like a 31 lap stint, another 31 lap stint, and then like a 10 lap stint. So we decided we weren't going to take tyres for that shorter stint. So we gained time from doing that, and I think there was a lap car that lost us like 7 or 8 seconds when that safety car came out. So I think Stefan jumped us. Yeah, and then we kind of just had to push from the end.
Yeah, right. And look, it really did play dividends. And at the back end, Jensen, I've got to applaud the pace that you had. Obviously, yourself and Hanlon going to battle. I really feel like it was 50-50 on who was going to get that one at the end because the pace was so similar. Did you feel confident to be able to get him with the maybe 3 to go?
Yeah, well, like I was kind of sitting behind Rahan for a little bit.
Yep.
And then once he kind of had a little incident with the other guys, and I got behind Zach. I knew we had similar pace, so it was just going to be kind of getting the move done, which was like very difficult because like I didn't really find anything, like any space down the inside. Like he defended well, so yeah, I just had to take the P2 and make sure that Reese didn't get me there at the end because he kind of caught up a bit.
Nice work, mate. Congratulations. Obviously, did go with an alternate strategy and it played dividends.
Yeah,
so, mate,
yeah, definitely.
Well done. Fantastic performance, and we kind of thought based on the early week times that you were going to certainly feature. So congratulations, and no doubt Davo and the team at GAMAFLARE are going to be reaching out to you in the coming days.
We
You've got
will.
some prizes and some money coming your way, which is really cool, Jensen. No stranger to you, mate. You've been here before.
He has.
And, mate, an opportunity to shout out your sponsors and your followers because you are being live broadcast through Sky TV and the YouTubes right now. So if there's anyone you'd like to thank, go for it.
Yeah, so just Phoenix Racing, the sponsors, so AAA Evacuation and Landscaping, Hybrid Racing Simulators, obviously GAMAFLARE, RSW Graphics, Aramex Heatherton, and Phoenix Driver Development, main sponsors of the team. So that's
awesome. Awesome stuff, Jensen.
Well
said,
done.
Mate.
Well done, my friend.
Mate, on a truly amazing performance today to make up there to P2.
What an effort.
Fantastic. Brilliant stuff. And talk to you again soon, mate. No doubt in the coming days we'll catch up.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers. There you go. That is Jensen Bay from P2. But I presume that Turbo Wizard is none other than Zach Hanlon. You got us on comms, mate?
Yes, I do. G'day.
G'day, mate. Hey, cometh the man, cometh the minute. A lot of clouds hanging over you at the back end, mate, but I gotta just say, fantastic performance. You reached out. It was actually myself that messaged you late Friday afternoon, late entry. You were double checking to see if you'd been accepted to the league. Gosh, man, we are so happy you did because you put on a performance today. Just played quietly there. You're in a battle there early on with Cordia and co, and then worked your way to the front, mate. Serious car pace at the end and all the moves to boot. How stoked are you right now?
I mean, I gotta thank Rayhan and Jensen at the end of that race. Like, that was just some of the best racing. It's definitely some of the best racing I've done with some people in the last, recent history I can remember. But overall, that was just some excellent racing by two guys who are really respectful, and that was just awesome. But yeah, it was a super up and down race. I had a spin early and had to recover, and then got tangled up with another car and had a drive through. And I was just really lucky that safety car came out when it did. And I thought, the only way I'm going to have anything at the end is if I get some fresh tires on this thing. And yeah, it sure paid off. But those battles after the safety car restart, I mean, it was pretty hardcore. Cars diving all over the place and just trying to find a piece of road that wasn't occupied was pretty tough. But yeah, really awesome.
And big call, mate. Big call live. Obviously I'm privy to everything going on, and you really questioned the call from race control there, and made them go back and have a look because you were pretty confident that it was on, and it wasn't maybe how it was depicted. And we won't get into too much of the politics on that. However, you were pretty certain that hey, look, man, that was what it was, and I just applaud you for the eyes forward situation when that cloud was hanging over you. I thought that there was maybe one more that they were going to look at, but it wasn't called, and it was just tough, hard racing. Lots, like you said, lots of respect. There was nothing malicious out there. It was just hard racing, and towards the back end as well. That just, you know, the over-unders that we could see you making and positioning of the car showed us that you had pace as well, mate. So, you know, at that point, I'm just looking on the data. So lap 49, are you saying you bolted a tyre on there?
Yes, so the last stop, I'm not sure exactly when it was, but it was kind of like towards the end of the race when we had the last safety car, or one of the second last safety cars, or something like that. Yeah, I was down in 14th, and I went, I've got to get some fresh rubber on this thing, otherwise I'm not going to have anything, because I knew I'd be able to. I knew I had pace in the car, because I was lapping as fast as the leaders for most of the race when I was in clean air. So I thought, you know, they're probably going to be thinking about track position more than their fresh rubber. So if I have fresh rubber, even if I'm 14th or 15th, you never know what can happen, and everyone's racing super hard. But yeah, I mean, I've been doing this a long time, and regarding what you said about calling, you know, speaking of race control mid-race, I mean, that's just, I felt, you know, I won't go too much into it, but he was trying to attack another car, and then in the braking zone he just pulled over in front of me, and I had to change my line, and you know, I'd already committed to the corner, so there's not much I can do about that. So especially when you're potentially going to win the race, you go, are you guys really sure? Because that was some hard racing, and I was just trying to find space for the car. But you know, as I said, I've been doing this a long time, and thankfully I have that experience where I can think about all those things. Although when I got the penalty, I was a bit distracted, and I kind of let the
Rehan went through on you.
Rehan went through on me. So, but I knew that I had the pace in the car to catch him, and I knew not to give up, especially seeing as I was 25th early in the race.
You were 25th. You were 25th.
Wow.
We're actually just picking it up in the background on the replay there, Zachary, and you did spin in the final corner there, so went way back down. So stellar effort to drag yourself back. Oh, wow.
Thanks very much.
Makes it even more rewarding, I suspect.
It's definitely a good feeling.
Hey, look, you are being live broadcast live on
Yes.
Sky 83 Face TV, as well as the over 10,000 subscribers that we have at Matchfit Entertainment. So, mate, if there's any sponsors and fans or viewers or just people that support you, Zach, now's your time to give them a shout out, mate, because you certainly earned it.
Oh, thanks, guys. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you, Matchfit Events. This is my first event with you guys, and I got to say it's really professionally run, and the talent pool that's up the front of the field is really great. And also, a lot of the guys who weren't so fast were really respectful with their racing as well. So I'd just like to thank all the drivers as well for some good hard racing. I'd like to spot one of my best mates and spotted James Prince for helping me practice and get the setup going for the car. And I'll give myself a little plug, BM Plus. I'm down in Melbourne in Victoria, and I specialise in repairing BMWs and stuff. So if you've got a BMW and you want an honest, cheap repair done, give me a bell. But yeah, thanks to you guys. I can't wait to go back and watch the broadcast. Just from the interview, I can tell you're doing a great job. So thank you very much.
Lovely.
Oh, you had us entertained, and like
You
I
did.
said to the guys before you, there wasn't just accolades on the table here today, Zach. There's obviously prize money and prizes, and you, my friend, are at the top of the list there. So the team behind the scenes will be in contact with you over the coming days, mate, and well deserved. And look, I certainly hope we get to call that name a bit more in the future there, because that was super entertaining, mate. Thank you very much. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I'll definitely be back.
Zach.
There you go.
Zach Hanlon, J-Man, we need to start wrapping it up. Minute and a half. Quick, what do you got? How do you wrap that up? Wow.
Look. For the first three, I'm gonna call that one as, you know, that was an absolute success. You know, look, we'll let the viewers and the numbers speak on the analytics later in the week when we diagnose it. But as a spectacle, I was thoroughly entertained. I just on a quick reflection on what Zach was saying, it certainly wasn't boring for us. There was plenty going on throughout the whole race.
Absolutely.
once again from J-Man's perspective, and I'm sure Davo's as well.
For
Thank
sure.
you so much for the support. You know, it's the numbers that matter to us, and putting these things on, it takes a lot to get it going. So we do appreciate everybody that supports us, and
Absolutely.
look, that was a fantastic showing.
Absolutely, J-Man, and thank you, as always, wingman and co-commentator here, and good friend here at Matchfit Entertainment. J-Man, I am going to have to wrap it up, though. We've got to pay some bills here just quickly. In the background, we are going to thank again, obviously, SIMBLACKS for their support. We're going to thank Supercars NZ for their support. We're going to thank Sky 83 for allowing us to broadcast this live to you, all you Sky Face TV viewers out there this afternoon. Thank you so much for tuning in for the Matchfit event, Road America 50. You're all legends. Thank you very much, GAMAFLARE, for being on board again with Matchfit events as a major sponsor. We need to quickly shout out, we are giving away a sim, so you'd want to make it snappy. I've got about 30 seconds to go. Grab your phone out, hit that QR code there really quickly. Terms and conditions do apply, but you too could win this sim rig here, thanks to GAMAFLARE and Matchfit Entertainment. And the like. I mean, Moza and SIMBLACKS and Supercars NZ, everybody's on board with this one. It's an awesome thing, and the only way you can win it is to watch one of our streams and scan that QR code right there, because that's the only place you can find that QR code is on our streams. Got your phones out? Quickly do that. And another quick one here is get over to Supercars NZ. Massive supporters, did our race control again here for the Road America 450.
Shout out to those guys.
Big shout out to those boys. They had plenty on their hands today, J-Man. That's for sure here. And they are going to have dip their toes into a Porsche Cup Series, I think, sometime soon. I think, what does that say? May. Oh, that's coming up soon. So hit that QR code as well, and that'll take you to the entry form for the Supercars. That said, Supercars NZ. J-Man, thank you very much. It has been awesome. We are over time. I need to wrap this up. Thank you, viewers. Thank you, all of our regular viewers and supporters on our Matchfit channel. Thank you, Sky 83 viewers, for tuning in once again for the Road America 450 Matchfit events. When you see our next event come up on Sky 83, remember, it's worth a watch. See you all next time. Thanks.